What's going on, guys? We are back on the Pizza Podcast. We have Dan Richer from Razza Pizza with us out of Jersey City. Anyone that doesn't know Razza Pizza, just give it a Google. He's also the author of The Joy of Pizza, which is now a New York Times bestseller, I believe. It's doing real well, I think.
It's doing pretty good.
I've been hearing things in the grapevine, you know what I mean? I've been hearing things like, that book's doing pretty good. Yeah, there it is right there.
Oh, yeah.
It's a pretty book.
The pictures are great.
Yeah. Chef at Razza. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Who's Katie?
Katie Parla is a Rome-based food and beverage journalist.
Ooh.
She's brilliant.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, that's what I need. I need a Katie in my life to do a book.
Well, listen, if you ever go to Rome, you need to visit her.
Okay.
She made me fall in love with Rome.
Really?
She runs tours, but she's also a food journalist, and she just studies food and culture, and she's amazing.
Amazing. Yeah, I've been having like a trouble. I went to Rome a couple times, and one time I was there, they had like this, like just dude on the street cutting artichokes and like frying them like out of like it was like it wasn't even a stand. He just had like a burner with a big thing, and I don't know. It was like incredible.
I love Rome.
Yeah. I want to do that myself one day. So let's go back to the beginning. Let's talk about how is Razza your first place?
No, I owned another restaurant before that.
Okay. And was that pizza related or was it just restaurant?
Yeah, it was pizza. It had 2 wood-fired ovens.
Okay.
Basically, when I was 26, I bought a failing restaurant. It happened to have 2 wood-fired ovens.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's rare back then.
Definitely.
So how long ago was that? How old are you?
41. That
41.
was 2006.
Yeah, that was really rare back then. That was wasn't that was just kind of at the beginning of, wood-fired restaurants everywhere.
Definitely. It was definitely before the whole Neapolitan boom.
Yes. It was. Well, I was on the scene pretty hard back then. I was on, I worked at Cacio e Vino and Numero Vendotto and, all those spots that were popping up everywhere. And it was like the first wave wasn't guys like Roberto Caparuccio or Giulio Adriani, you know what I mean, doing this Neapolitan slap thing. It was just kind of like this hodgepodge of, guys off the boat from Italy mostly that were just like, they build this thing, they buy Caputo flour, they buy a Hobart mixer. After like 6 months, they were using all Trumps and just 60% hydration. It was like the New York pizza dough recipe. It was like, fill the thing up to here, throw the yeast, mix it up, do smaller balls, and throw it in the oven. There was also like these, there was a bunch of guys, what was his name? Enzo was one, Salvatore Olivella was another one, that were building a lot of these ovens. And they were like running around charging people like $70,000 for hand-built ovens and like saying things like, these guys, if you talk to them, it's like, we've been doing this for 7 generations in Naples. We went and mined the stones from the top of Mount Vesuvius, then we swam over
it's a lot of
like
bullshit.
in a raft.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
My first 2 ovens were Renatos out of Texas.
Okay.
Really good oven.
Yeah.
And we just happened to, I fell into it because they were
were
there.
at that place already.
Yeah.
So what was your lead into that? Like, were you already in the business or?
So my first job when I was a kid, I was 15. I was a busboy in an Italian restaurant in my town.
Got it.
At 17, I was a waiter. 18, I made ice cream in college. And
Really?
Then, yeah.
Actually made ice cream? Like legitimately?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yep. And then I started managing restaurants, and I flew to Italy when I was 21.
Okay.
And I came back and I realized I want to open up my own restaurant.
Okay. And did you go to like Naples? Were you going to those pizzerias or like?
No, I wasn't as into it wasn't the pizza in Italy that really drew me. It was the pasta.
Okay. The produce, the food.
Yeah,
like
I wanted to know why was the food in Italy so much better than anything I tasted in the New York, New Jersey area. We have so much so many Italian restaurants here.
Yeah, a million of them.
Why was the food so much better in Italy?
Yeah.
And it was that curiosity that led me to start cooking. So I immediately started going to farmers markets and learning about ingredients and technique and just making the simple things like a batch of tomato sauce.
Right.
Like, why was the tomato sauce in Italy so much better?
And what did you discover?
I discovered over a long period of time that it's two things. It's ingredients and techniques.
Yeah.
Very, very simple. So really focus, whatever we're making, whatever we're cooking, we're always learning about the techniques for how to put those ingredients together. And then we're always searching for new ingredients, searching for a better tomato, searching for a better olive oil, a better flour, whatever it may be.
Yeah, just to give you that edge. And yeah, I mean, I completely agree. Like, the technique is, I mean, I don't know about you, but it's constantly changing for me. I'm learning new things like all the time, and
All the time.
We're in like this kind of like golden age of like
Totally.
where you could get all this information where it wasn't really available 10 years ago.
Hell
like,
no. When I started in 2006, there were maybe 2 or 3 bread books or dough books.
All of them by Peter Reinhardt.
Peter Reinhardt
All
was
3 of them.
Yep. And there was the one sourdough book was by Ed Wood, and all the
measurements
were in cups and teaspoons.
Right.
And this was before
Tartine bread. Tartine bread actually. So I picked up Tartine bread probably a year before I ended up opening Williamsburg Pizza, and bro, I didn't even learn how to make bread. I just read that book front to back, and then just took what I knew about New York pizza, applied pre-ferments, and
exactly.
That's
exactly what I did too. Is I started studying bread making, not in order to become a bread baker, but in order to have it inform the pizza that I wanted to make.
Right.
I wanted control over my product, and the only way to control your product is to understand fermentation and bread making techniques.
Hydration. Well, nobody ever heard of that. Like, when I went, I hadn't competed in a long time, and I think I went like the year after I opened Williamsburg Pizza, and like, people were like asking, "Oh, what are you doing?" And I'm talking about hydration and fermentation and all this stuff. Everybody was looking at me with like 2 heads. And then like fast forward like 3 or 4 years, and everybody's doing it. You know what I mean? And now there's a plethora of books like for the Pizza Bible and everything that they all talk in hydration. It's I've been running into like old school, guys that have been running their places for 30 years that you couldn't tell them anything, and they're talking about hydration.
That's
like,
great.
Even if they're not like, they talk about it, like they're not 100% of them are into it. Like, I try to I'm like, listen, if you ever need help or you want whatever.
Yeah, I think people are honestly talking too much about hydration, because it totally depends on what you're trying to achieve, what oven you're baking at, what temperature you're baking at, what flour you're using. First and foremost, you can't talk about hydration in a relative sense unless you tell me what flour you're using.
Right.
Because
it's also completely relative to the product. It's also completely relative to the fermentation of it and everything else. And I think what it is, I talk a lot about this actually. I think what it is if you read Tartine and you go to this kind of New World bread age and look at that, the way these books kind of read without like saying it outright is that like more hydration equals better product.
Right.
Right. And then I've ran into a lot of chefs over the past 5 years where like, they're like, hey, I'm doing this like 110% hydration bread. And I'm like, is it good?
Yeah.
Like, what?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, sure, but
definitely,
are you achieving what you want to achieve?
Yeah, and I think that you really have to, are they doing that over a long period of time, or are they just testing the waters and testing their skills and their knowledge, and then maybe they realize, okay, I'm done with this 110% hydration. It didn't really produce the results. Maybe let me back it down or change this. We're just trying new things.
Yes.
And that's what I love about this time right now is the free flow of information is fantastic, and people are testing and trying new techniques and new things on a daily basis.
Oh, yeah. And people are so much more open than they used to be. Like, as long as you're, like, on the level, like, I mean, people call me all the time, and I'm like, yeah, man, what do you want to know? You know what I'm saying? And then I'll talk to guys. We were just talking about Travis from Benchmark.
Yeah.
Like, I talk to him since I met him all the time, and, you know, we're constantly changing ideas. And then with chefs as well, like, because it's like there's so much that, like, I don't come from that world. I worked in the chef world for a little while. I worked at Cipriani's and Vespa and this and that back in the day. But, you know, these things these guys are doing and some of the techniques they're doing, whether you're doing something like pre-bake or post-bake, you know what I mean? You can definitely apply all these things. I think that's a big part of what you guys do at Razza, right?
Yeah.
Razza.
Yeah. Yeah, we're constantly changing things.
Do you have pasta and everything there?
In the wintertime, we'll do one pasta maybe twice a week.
Oh, okay. So it's just like, hey, you got to
We're
come
limited by the equipment that we have. I don't have a stove, so it's really difficult to make.
You're just
a lot of pasta.
induction.
Yeah. We got a couple induction burners, so when it's very slow at the restaurant, we can do other things like, you know, braised meats and a little bit of pasta. But we've been so busy lately that there's no time or space.
Right. So now so when you started this place with the 2 ovens, you're 26 years old, you said? And then what was that like? Were you doing pasta? Were you doing like a full kitchen over there? Or
it wasn't a full kitchen, but we definitely had 7 or 8 pasta dishes on the menu. We would do these elaborate tasting menus where twice a week we would sell out the dining room, 1 seating, 6 or 7 course tasting menu.
Okay.
And it was fantastic. It was so much fun. But then I really turned my attention towards the pizza because we had a pizza recipe. We were making halfway decent pizza.
Right.
But I really wanted to immerse myself in bread baking. So I kind of shied away from the pasta making and all the tasting menus and just really focused on pizza and bread baking.
And how did you like go about doing that? Like, was it books? Was it calling people? Was it a combination?
I never called anyone because at that time, 2007, 2008,
It was hard to, There was
a lot of secrets, and
there was a lot of secret. There wasn't a lot of people to talk to in like, a straight up way either.
Yeah. Because a lot of people just didn't know. They didn't know why.
They didn't know why it was good.
Exactly.
They had ideas on why it was good, but if we look back on that today, like in hindsight, it was like you don't even know what you're talking about.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I bought every bread book that I could. I read so much, and I just practiced every day. Right. And I'm still doing it. I'm still practicing.
And this is back then. This is when you have what was the other place called?
It was called Arturo's.
Arturo's.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I sold it in 2015.
Sold it?
Yeah.
Why'd you sell it?
I was done with it.
You were just wasn't exciting anymore?
It wasn't. It was a very successful and very busy restaurant. Razza I started in 2012, and the first 4 years were painful.
Okay.
It wasn't until I sold Arturo's that I could focus my time and energy.
So you had Razza. Yeah. Okay,
yeah,
I got it now.
I had both restaurants going for about 4 years, and I just wasn't happy.
Okay.
And, because I couldn't be a part of either team because I was shuffling between the two.
Right.
And it didn't make me happy. I love being in the restaurant. I love being present with my team, but also with our guests.
Yeah.
And you can't really do that when you need to be in 2 different places.
Now, did you have like a bunch of partners or anything? Like, what's?
No, I started the first one by myself.
Okay.
I sold a small portion of it to someone to help me kind of expand.
Sure.
And that didn't work out, so I sold him the rest of the successful restaurant.
That's successful, and I'm sure he was happy about that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So now you go with the Razza 2012. When did Razza really start to take off for you? Like
2017, 16?
Yeah.
17. Yeah. New York Times article. We got 3 stars by Pete Wells. Just blew the roof off, man.
Blew the roof off of it. Yeah, and I've followed your career pretty closely.
Nice.
I think since then. I mean, it's you can't not. It pops up. You know what I mean? Yeah, everybody raves about you. We were hanging out with Stephanie from Modernist,
Nice.
and she was just like, "Yeah, we went to Razza yesterday. It was incredible." So, what is it? What kind of oven do you have over there? The same?
No, so we have Pavesi over there.
Oh, okay.
from
Forza Forni.
Yep. We have 2 of them now. When we started, we only had 1 oven.
Okay.
Mid-pandemic, we put in a second pizza oven because there's no way we were making it through this pandemic without dining. It was takeout only. So
Got it.
1 oven takeout,
It wasn't working out. Do you have liquor there and everything?
We do.
And then how big is the spot? How many seats?
So the original space is 1,200 square feet,
Okay.
40 seats, and we just. I want to say just signed the lease, but I signed the lease 2 years ago on the space directly next door, and we've been under construction for 2 years trying to build it out.
Oh, so that's not even open.
No, we're maybe 2 or 3 weeks away from opening.
So how many seats is in the original one?
40.
40. Okay.
Yeah, and then the new space will have 45 more seats.
Nice.
Yeah. So
that'll
85 seats, plus we'll be able to get about 65 seats outside.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty life-changing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm hoping.
It is.
I'm just excited about the new equipment that we have.
Oh, what'd you got?
Got a nice big mixer, can fit 3 bags of flour in it.
That is fucking key.
Yeah.
What else?
Yeah. I have a water meter and a water chiller.
Yes.
Incredible.
Yes.
Because right now, we control our dough temperatures by changing the water temperature, as you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
And right now, we take 2 buckets, one with warm water and one with ice water, and we're mixing and stirring with a thermometer in it.
Yes.
And trying to get the exact right water temperature.
Now you just
set
it
and
done.
push a button.
So yeah, I'm partners with Empire now, and we just sold Zazzy's
Nice.
5-bag, 200-kilo 5-bag mixer, divider, rounder, and water meter with the
Nice.
chiller. Yeah, I've been pushing that on everybody. I'm like, I'm getting it. I ordered it for my stores because we were one of my locations that's got the commissary. We got 3 Hobarts going. It's a fucking mess, bro. And I was just like, what the hell are we doing? Like, we could just, put 5 bags in a mixer and then be done.
Yeah.
And save, I don't know what kind of untold amounts in labor every fucking year.
Yeah. So right now, we've made it 9 years with this Mechnisude mixer. It's a 25-kilo mixer. So
Jesus
it only
fucking
makes 25
Christ.
kilos of dough.
Oh, my God.
So we're doing 6 batches of pizza dough every day, which sounds like a lot. It is a lot, but it gives us the opportunity to change things.
Yeah, sure.
So because we have 6 mixes a day, we can try on 2 of the batches, we can try something different.
Yeah, just
Go, change the hydration, change the flour, change the dough temperature, change the fermentation schedule.
what kind of mixer do you have now?
We just got an Escher.
Okay, one of the spirals. Yeah, I know Usher.
Yeah. It's a beast.
What did they have? I want to pull. What kind of bar do they have in that? How do you spell it? Escher.
Escherer.
Is it like a straight bar or is it a bar like this when you're looking
that.
at it? Like this, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Because, the mixers I've been working with, they have this like horizontal bar, and I don't know. I think it's because of that. So Fortunato's has one of those. They're from like La Dudici Forni, imported from Italy originally. But the bar is like this, and then it's got a break thing on the top. And I was doing bread over at Fortunato's, but we were testing. Now, they got a 120-kilo mixer.
That's what we have.
Every spiral mixer I've ever used in my life, like if you don't fill it up like 3/4 of the way, you know what I mean? You're getting like a different kind of, it's hard to get to full gluten development sometimes.
Yeah, my current mixer is such a piece of garbage that it's single speed only.
Oh, no.
One speed.
Oh,
So we
God.
never mixed a full gluten development. It would take 30 minutes and
Right.
you know,
And then so you just bring it out and fold it up.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. We do a longer bulk fermentation with folds and it's just as good, but I'm really looking forward to seeing how our dough develops in this new mixer.
Yeah, no, it's life changing. But this thing, it's like, I want to find out if anybody's out there who's like a fucking mixing scientist that could figure this out for us, because like I'm kind of like, I know what this is, I know what happens here, so like I don't know the science behind it, but I was able to put 5 kilos of flour in this at 75% hydration and get the full gluten development somehow.
Great.
Like it's,
Yeah.
I don't. It doesn't even make sense in my head.
Spirals mix very efficiently. I
Yeah.
know fork mixers, they have a very low minimum. Like you have to fill it like 3/4 of the way full for it to properly mix. Spirals, I feel like mine's like 15% of its total capacity you can actually mix.
Okay, so it might have to do with, it might not even be the bar. It might just be like, well, this is what you got to understand. In all my years, we're buying, like the only things that I've ever dealt with, bought, or worked with were these 44 or 30 kilo kind of like shitty mixers from wherever the fuck they come from. And all the other companies have them. And like, you know, S-Mark or Empire or like Sun Mix are more like these higher end mixers that like bakeries are using.
Exactly.
And I think they're also like because it's everything. It's from the thickness and the way that the spiral is, how powerful that thing is and everything, that I think that's why you're able to get, you know, different. Because even with a Speed 2 on one of these like Pizza Equipment Pro 44 kilo mixers, bro, it ain't fucking happening if you're putting like 5 kilos of dough in there. Like it's, you know, you saw the one I got upstairs. Like, it's not happening.
Yeah, but I feel like any mixer that you have can make great pizza.
Oh, yeah.
You just have to learn how to work it.
You have to learn the technique.
Exactly. I spent 10 years with a 60-quart Hobart. You know,
right.
Making amazing dough. You definitely need to double hydrate.
You're doing it.
Yeah.
How do you expand or walk away when that's the case?
I teach people.
You're going to teach people to be you?
I teach people the process.
Okay.
You know, and each
get
step
them into
of
the
way.
science.
Totally.
And, like, get them. Yeah. I mean, that's definitely. Speaking of that, so do you hire pizza makers or do you train them?
We train.
You train.
Yeah.
See, I've been talking a lot about this on this podcast. So it's one of the things like, you know, because I got guys, old school guys and, you know, new school guys, like, you know, that they complain about labor all the time and this and that. And I tell them, I'm like, yo, you know, you look at like, whether it's now your place or Ops or Paulie G's or Roberta's, Speedy Romeo, you know what I mean? Like all these kind of like that, like classes, places, they rarely hire pizza makers.
Yeah.
They're training people how to do it from scratch. And it seems like it's a much better system because now you're looking for, instead of looking for like a guy with the skills to like just start right away, you're looking for the right like person who's motivated in the right way or has their head and heart in the right place and this and that. And I think like, you know, I mean, you're going to get a lot more out of that. Like 5 times out of 10 and it's going to last, the relationship can last a lot longer.
Definitely.
Yeah.
We hire for a cultural fit first.
Yes.
Technical skills. I can teach you how to make pizza, but I can't teach you how to be a nice person, a caring individual. So we really hire based on our core values and the culture of the restaurant. Yeah,
I think that's entirely the future of this industry, whether you're trying to open up like one great place or you're trying to do like a bunch of places, like that has to be where it starts. You know what I'm saying? Because otherwise you're getting this like hot, it just doesn't work.
No.
I know, bro, I can't like count on my fingers like 10 times the amount of guys that I know that are terrified of their employees.
Really?
Yeah. Because like if this guy leaves, you know, like the prospect of you know, the guy leaving and the way that they operate, them having to go back in and wait for another guy to come and, you know what I'm saying, work all through that. It's a terrifying thing for them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And they're just like completely afraid to like rock the boat in any way or make any changes or do something like I know guys who, you know, let's say they've been in business for 15 or 20 years and they came up the same way I did. It was, you know, they don't know hydrations, they don't know pre-ferment, but now they know. Mm-hmm. But they're so afraid to change anything because they're afraid of their employees.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And it's also a combination. It's afraid of their employees, and they're afraid of like, oh, if I take the, you know, chicken Caesar salad wrap
right,
with the flatbread from that you bought in Restaurant Depot, and you know the frozen chicken that. You know, and it's just like I tell guys all the time, I'm like, I mean, we live in like this kind of like brand new world. If you want to do a chicken Caesar salad wrap and there's a demand for it, do it.
Yeah.
But like, do the best version of that
Yeah.
you possibly can.
And definitely don't do it if you're not in love with it.
Yes. If you're not in love with chicken Caesar salad wraps, like you should immediately take it off your menu.
Yeah.
Like you should take the frozen buffalo wings and the French fries off your menu too.
Yeah.
That you bought from Restaurant Depot, like frozen, because you don't give a fuck about it. You know what I mean? And then focus on it. And if you're really in love with fucking French fries,
fucking do it.
bro, figure out the best possible French fry you could possibly meet that, like you just said, that you're in love with.
Yeah.
You know? But,
Yeah, because we spend so much of our time in life working.
yeah.
Why put out something that you're not truly passionate about?
It doesn't make any sense, and it makes life a lot better.
Yeah.
It makes your mental health a lot better, and I think it makes your place, like even your financial health, a lot better because people are going to be able to connect to it.
Yeah.
You don't need 100% of people. You know what I mean? There's always going to be miserable people in the world that are going to be like, oh, you don't have this, or this costs too much money. Bro, you don't need those people in your life, you know, period. It's bad, you know? So do what you love. If you love it, people are going to also fall in love with it. And, you know, you're going to get this full circle of, you know, great shit going on from like, you know, the energy that you're bringing into your restaurant, the energy that you're bringing into your life and everything else. Yeah.
I love it.
On that note, we're going to take a little break from our sponsors. We'll be right back. Where are we at? Do story time. Wait, when is this from? Is this new?
A couple weeks ago.
Oh, this is just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
We are back.
So we've had this on the thing the whole time, but yeah, Dan just won Pizzeria of the Year. You got me? Mm-hmm. With Pizza Today magazine. Was that exciting for you, Dan?
Yes.
It's a big life moment. No, that's a pretty great award. So tell me about, like you said, have you were talking about like you traveled to Italy and stuff, like what are some of like the highlights in, like, you know, whether it's pizza or different types of food or this and that is there anything that you try to like especially aspire to, or you got any good food stories?
I mean, I got a million food stories.
Tell me a million food stories, bro.
I love traveling.
Okay.
I thrive on adventure. So I've been to Italy like 30 times. I spent about a month in Japan.
Oh, wow.
And I love searching for those food memories that just stay with you forever.
Right.
So whether it's eating turtle in Japan or pulling up spiny lobster in Jamaica on a beach and building a fire and grilling a lobster over an open fire, eating it with white bread and melted butter. I love those moments.
That sounds pretty fucking spectacular.
Yeah.
So did you go to any of those Japanese Neapolitan things?
No. So when I spent a month in Japan, this was 2005.
Oh, so it was
way
before all
before.
that. Got it. What'd you think of Japan?
Japan's one of my favorite places to visit.
Yeah.
Talk about food culture. I mean, it puts any other place I've ever been to shame.
Yeah.
The sheer quantity of restaurants and the fact that they specialize in one thing.
Right.
So here you go to a Japanese restaurant, you can get soba, udon, sometimes ramen, sushi, pretty much anything, and there they do one thing. So if you're getting sushi, you're getting sushi. A piece of fish on some rice,
not a
one
roll.
piece at a time. Every now and then.
Yeah.
But not American-style rolls. And if you're getting takoyaki or, they're just making that one thing, and they specialize, and it really lets them dig deep into that one thing without so much clouding their mind.
Yeah.
So I took a lot of inspiration from that with what we do, and just really keeping the menu limited allows us to dial in deeper into what we're doing.
So are you like constantly changing? Like, what's your menu look like? Like, break it down. Like, if you were to tell, like, if you're talking to a reporter right now, like, what the fuck is this Razza pizza over here? So I'm doing a reporter for Bensonhurst. Got this fucking Razza pizza over here. What the fuck is this?
Yeah. So obviously we specialize in pizza.
Yeah.
So one half of our menu is pizza. One half of our menu are small plates.
Okay.
Most of the small plates have revolved around our bread program.
Okay.
Because I've been studying bread making for the past like 18 years or so. In the process, I learned how to make really good bread.
Yes.
So we'll do some crostini. One of the things that we do, one of our most popular dishes, is bread and butter.
Yeah.
And it's so fantastic because it's really just pizza is a flatbread with some condiments on it, right?
Sure.
And what simpler, more elemental flatbread or bread with condiment is there than bread and butter?
And now this bread, is it like what kind of bread is it? Like what, is it a batard? Is it like a country loaf? Like
It's like a country loaf.
Okay.
We use 3 different grains, 2 types of wheat and rye. It's 100% naturally fermented.
Lebanon, yeah.
And it's baked, up until now, it's been baked in the wood-fired oven.
That was the next question I was going to ask. How were you accomplishing that?
Yeah, so we use the residual heat from the previous night's pizza making.
Okay.
Our oven is, like I said, it's Bavasi, but we had them soup it up a little bit and add more thermal mass, more insulation.
Okay.
So we're really only losing about 100 to 150 degrees overnight.
Really?
So when we get in, it's still 650.
Okay.
And then we'll have to bake other things in the oven, prep meatballs, roast vegetables to drop the temperature to bread baking temperature, which is, in the 500 range.
Sure.
And then we bake the bread in the wood-fired oven. And then the butter's made in-house also.
Okay.
So because I studied fermentation for so long, once you ferment one thing, it kind of leads you to ferment something else. Like if you like to make pizza, you'll probably enjoy making beer or making your own wine or making pickles. Or for me, it was dairy. Like we have really great access to locally sourced dairy from either New Jersey or mostly Pennsylvania, honestly.
Okay.
They have better dairy laws where we can get better quality product.
Right.
So we found this this dairy that was certified organic, grass-fed cows, and I was like, why aren't we making our own yogurt? Because the process for making yogurt is very similar to the process for making bread.
Sure.
And then the yogurt turned into making my own creme fraiche or sour cream. And then I was like, you know what? Why don't I just start fermenting cream and then making butter with it?
Right.
So we have an heirloom Scandinavian yogurt culture, which is very similar to the sourdough starter, right?
Yeah, it's
But it's lactobacillus, right? So we have this culture that we keep alive, but instead of it fermenting grain, it ferments dairy.
yes.
So we get certified organic grass-fed cow's cream from Pennsylvania. We inoculate it with this culture, and it ferments it over the course of a day or two. And it thickens it up, and it gives it this cheese-like tang.
Yeah.
It's pretty insane.
That sounds out of control. Yeah, we were talking to Francesco from Modernist. We had him on the podcast. He had come to visit me before, and I was, picking this guy's brain because this guy's like a genius with shit.
Fucking genius.
Yeah. So when he came into my restaurant, he was like looking at my process and like I didn't really understand. Like he starts telling me things like, "All right, listen, here's the thing. Bacterium outnumbers yeast 100 to 1."
Right.
So really, like when you're trying to, change things or fine tune things or get different flavors, that's what you're looking for. And there was a lot of focus on that lactobacillica, and then he said there's anacic basilica, and he was like, when you're taking a dough and putting it in the fridge, you're doing and I'm probably saying the fucking name wrong because I'm a dum-dum, but then anacic fermentation, like you're favoring those
The acidic acid.
bacterium.
Yeah.
And then when you do it outside the fridge, you're flavoring the lacto, which is, that sweetness, that creaminess. That's what you get from a dairy fermentation or a yogurt fermentation where, and there's benefits to both, obviously, and there's a balance that you can achieve between both to get like different flavors. Like, with the lacto, you get that smoothness, that creaminess, that sweetness.
Super floral.
Yeah, exactly. And with the other one, now you're bringing out umami and these kind of sour and bitter flavors, and you're getting like complex crumb development, and so I don't know.
Yeah, and that's why it's so important to really understand the science and practice it on a daily basis, because we're trying to extract as much flavor as possible, but we're also trying to control the flavors that are developed.
100%. Yeah, you could go real far. You could go too far in one direction.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
It's real easy to go
easy.
too far.
Yeah,
and then you're just left with this acid bomb in your mouth. That it's naturally leavened, but is it good?
It's not especially. It's not especially delicious. So, do you use like a wine fridge or something like that to control your yogurt?
No, that actually,
or your cream actually.
Right. So the dairy is it spends a certain amount of time at room temperature because our culture likes room temperature, 70, 80 degrees.
Right.
And then it goes into the regular walk-in to just really slow it down.
Yeah. So you get it to a certain point. Well, that's what lacto is. It's if you were trying to like favor lactobacillica in a pizza dough, you would leave it, or in a pre-ferment, you would leave it out.
Yeah,
at room temp or
definitely
a little bit higher.
Definitely. There's different.
That's going to pull up.
There's different cultures. You can get dairy cultures that ferment at higher temperatures, which is what most of the yogurt industry uses. Mm-hmm. They use direct set cultures, which is basically the commercial yeast version of the bacteria.
Is it like the
where it's
fresh yeast, or is it like the instant yeast
it's
version?
Like the instant.
It sounds like the instant yeast, right?
Yeah. It's like the instant yeast version of dairy fermentation, where you're not able to save and reuse that culture again. It's not reculturable the way that sourdough is.
Sure.
So our culture, we just take a little bit of the old, add it to the new, and we've kept it alive for years now.
It's like the same exact thing.
But it's actually easier because we're only talking about bacteria.
Right.
Whereas with sourdough bread, you're talking about yeast and bacteria, and you have to keep them in balance.
Sure.
Right? You have to keep the acid population on the lower side or controlled, and you have to keep the yeast population up. Otherwise, you're not going to get any rise. You're not going to get any gas development.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Your texture of the pizza is going to be completely off.
Right.
So sourdough baking is all about keeping the yeast and the bacteria in the balance that you need it to be in.
Have you wrote about this in your book? This is all like fucking.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
I gotta read your fucking
Definitely.
book.
We don't talk about the dairy fermentation at all. Let's save that for the next book.
Oh yeah, there you go. Have you ever? Are you familiar with whiskey fermentation in any way possible?
Decently, it's basic grain fermentation, but it's distilled. Right, to isolate the alcohol.
Yes. So I did recently. I did the what is it? What do they call it? The Bourbon Trail.
Yeah.
We went to Jim Beam and Woodford Reserve, and all these other places. My favorite place and my favorite shit in the world. I mean, I love Woodford, and Michner's, but Jack Daniels is like, I got it right here. Not a sponsor. Hit me up, Jack Daniels. I love Jack Daniels so much, and it's like pretty much throughout like my 20s and now my 30s, Jack Daniels is not a cool thing to order when you're in like fucking the Lower East Side of Williamsburg. Like people I would catch a lot of shit. Like
really?
For order, yeah,
people. It's not cool enough.
It's not cool enough. You know what I mean? You got to be drinking like Jameson was popular in my 20s and this and that, and people would be like, "Oh, it's too sweet and this and that." I'll tell you the reason why I like Jack Daniels so much. They have the craziest water source you've ever seen. So like all their water comes from, and that's why they built it on this property, and it's all on one property. It's not like there's like a second thing going. All their water, like it goes through this mountain and gets filtered through all this limestone and shit like that, and there's a cave, and the water all comes out of this cave and gets fed right into the distillation room. That's this awesome. And that. The other thing that I learned over there was sour mash whiskey. Sour mash is like saying sourdough. Mm-hmm. It's the same exact thing. So what they do is they make their mash, and then the leftover gets like, whatever it is, 20% of the leftover mash gets put into a fermentation thing to become a sour mash
for the next,
and that's what's used to feed the next batch. And so I'm like thinking, I'm like, this all sounds like the same. And I'm like, we got our tour guide. I'm asking him questions that he can't answer. So about halfway along the tour, he grabs, I apologize for not remembering the guy's name, but he's one of the master distillers at Jack Daniels. We were passing by like his office and lab, and he's just like, give me 1 second. And he ran upstairs and grabbed this guy, and he was like, bro, you got to talk to this guy because I can't answer any of his questions. And it turns out that like I start talking to him about it, and he basically he's like, so we actually will separate the yeast from the bacterium in a lab environment, and then cultivate that those two things separately in a lab environment, and then we're adding that. You know what I'm saying?
It makes sense because that's how they can control it.
That's how they can control it. So now I start going down the rabbit hole. Now, just like there's like bread groups, there's backyard moonshiners and whiskey distilling guys, and these groups are filled with really smart people. Like just kind of like how you see in like the bread making, where I've seen things on the bread making forums where you'll find like an engineer who develops this like container that's hooked up to a computer that's monitoring the sourdough like
Amazing.
In real time and giving you data points like that you could go look back on and blah 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 blah. These guys, you think we're crazy? These backyard guys are going to colleges buying 20,000 like 15 or 20-year-old but $25,000 microscopes, electron and whatever the fuck they're called microscopes, setting up mini labs in their garage and doing what Jack Daniels is doing. So it's cool. Something I've been like going down the rabbit hole on because I can apply it to what the fuck thing. It's the same thing.
Yeah. So we actually just came out with a beer.
You did?
About 2 weeks ago, we did a collaboration. It came out 2 weeks ago, but it's about a year in the making with a brewery down the street from us. We actually sent our sourdough starter to a microbiologist who specializes in yeast. And he isolated the strain of yeast from our sourdough starter, and he built the population up to the point where it could ferment a giant batch of beer. Then we got grain from South Jersey, hops from Colts Neck, which is 2 towns away from where I live, and we're making this beer based on our sourdough starter, and the flavors are just extraordinary. There's no other ingredients besides the 4 elemental beer ingredients:
right.
hops, grain, water, and yeast. But the flavors are just so complex because of the yeast that we use.
You're using this wild yeast starter culture, which has got to be like kind of a rare thing in beer brewing, right?
I think you see it in other parts of the world. Certainly, historically, beer's been made for many more years. Than we've
but
had
today,
that.
these things are kind of hard to find, hard to. I mean, even as a kid growing up in Italian neighborhoods, a lot of guys did wine,
right?
And when you went to, one guy they would go to Canarsie Market. They would, instead of doing the grapes, they would just buy the juice, and then they would kind of use some powder to inoculate the yeast, and then add a new yeast in, and that's the way they would go about doing it. And then like it's the demijohn, the blah 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 blah. But then you go to like Nicky DeGraziano's grandfather's house, who like doesn't speak any English, and these guys got like basically a vineyard. They'll go to another actual vineyard, get grapes, crush them. But you ever hear of, I know it's like really sacrilege, and if you tell like a fucking like Italian from Rome there, or even a younger Italian from anywhere about this that didn't grow up in the country, they would like look at you like you're crazy. But have you ever seen like Italian dudes, old school Italian dudes, that they'll put like Coke or Sprite or orange soda in their wine?
No.
It's a thing, bro.
Really?
It's a thing. We like half the guys would do this, and the reason is because they were like making this recipe for wine using wild yeast that they would create like themselves. So they weren't going to like Canarsie Market or wherever, like buying like a yeast package.
Right.
And what would happen was the product was so thick and strong and undrinkable, like that they would like throw some ice cubes in it and cut it with like orange soda or some shit like that. And it's like, bro, it's not like something like some dum was doing. It was like a thing that I think before they started doing that, they would cut it with water, I don't know, something else. But and it wasn't sweet. It's not sweet when you have it, but these guys would they'll bring in like the whole demijohn, like this big, throw it on a table, right? And then have like 10, 20 guys sitting at the table, and then they have a hose coming out of it, and they do it like kind of like a siphon. You know how you like siphon gas? So they'll have a hose coming out of this giant demijohn, and then finished wine though, and then they'll like suck it and put the slit or whatever, and then with a rubber band they'll tie it off. This way, when you want the wine, you just take off the rubber band.
It's ready to
go.
Like
keep it pinched, and then you do it, and then you pinch it back and put it back. But like, I mean, I think there's all these things from like the kind of, because in the past, I don't know. I mean, you could call it 50 years, you could call it 20 years. I mean, really, if you go back even to the 60s, a lot of places where, they were trying to do these kind of northern Italian recipes more, like that was like the fancier thing. And we're still kind of there right now. But I think there's this like really unexplored portion of what like these kind of, like what true peasant cuisine was and what these guys were really doing, whether you're talking about like Italian homesteaders and this and that. I also think that like if you look at Italian history, you got from the fall of the Roman Empire all the way to 1920, you have absolute authoritarian feudalism with a bunch of different states where it's like if you're not like working for the aristocracy or ruling class, like as a cheesemaker or this and that, your life sucks a lot. Like you're a sharecropper, but like they're really taking 10% or whatever. Your subsistence living, your cauldron cooking. Now you get Mussolini comes in till the end of World War II, and now you replace absolute feudalism with, this kind of like fascist authoritarian regime. Things didn't really get a lot better during that time for most people, unless you were like a black shirt and you were able to, do what you got to do. And then the whole country's bombed out. And it takes a while for them to get back on their feet. And I mean, Mussolini definitely started like the national cuisine of Italy, because when you're a fascist, it's all about having a national identity. And you can't really have that when you don't have a standard cuisine. But
it's still not very standardized at all. You go city to city, town to town, and
they have different things, but everybody knows what carbonara is now. Everybody knows what like pasta primavera is.
You don't see carbonara much outside of Rome.
Right. Well, when you're going to these towns, but you could go to Sicily and it might not be a great plate of carbonara, but you could find fucking hundreds of restaurants that are serving this basic, you know what I'm saying? Like kind of whatever thing. No, but you're right. It is very regional, but like,
and that's one of the things that I fell in love with. My very first trip to Italy is the fact that the food in Rome was completely different than what I was eating in Bologna, and which was completely different from what we were eating in Verona.
Yes,
they were pretty close together, but the food is completely different. I love that.
But in Rome and in Bologna, because you can find these kind of like, the same type of restaurants you go in Little Italy. Like it's different, but it's like, it's this place that's like, they're serving, like they don't really, like they're getting great ingredients, so the food's like a lot better. But they're serving like this kind of like standard, you know what I'm saying, whatever fare. At least when I was going to like Piemonte and Salsa Maggiore, Rome, like, and even Paris. Paris was the same thing too. Like you could go to the great Parisian bakery or great Parisian restaurant, but if you're walking around aimlessly just randomly picking a joint, that's what I'm talking about.
It's the same thing with New York, though.
Oh, it's the same exact thing.
Around in New York.
Yeah, if you have
expect a good meal.
No, it's not gonna fucking happen. Yeah. Like if you're aimlessly walking, and now we have supercomputers in our pockets with the Google Maps and all the information in the world. But even going back like 15 years ago, like I'd run into people because I was, running around the U.S. and the world, like, but this is mostly a U.S. thing where they'd be like, oh, I've had New York pizza. Like, I don't know what all the fuss is about. Right. Because what they do is they get off a plane at fucking LaGuardia. They go to fucking Times Square. Mm-hmm. They aimlessly walk around and follow the lights. And it's like, I used to tell people that, I'm like, yo, listen, if you come to New York, don't follow the lights.
Yeah.
Walk away from the lights. That's where you're going to find like the neighborhoods. Because if you're in Times Square, now Hell's Kitchen's not what it used to be. But 15 years ago, like Hell's Kitchen was like a fucking really cool neighborhood like that. Like you could find these like interesting dive bars, and people were talking about like, sociological, political things, and it was like crazy scenes going on. But I would tell somebody, like, what did you do? You came to New York. Did you look at like what the top pizzerias are, or did you just like stroll in to the first place that you saw and like made a decision based on that? And you could do the same thing in Italy.
Oh, easily.
Yeah. The difference.
If you eat anywhere near a train station.
Yes.
I've had so many bad meals in Rome, specifically. I've been to Rome maybe 9 times now. The first 6 times, I really didn't like Rome as a place. I never had a really fantastic meal.
Right.
It wasn't until after I met Katie Parla,
who was able to take you to the right places.
Exactly.
Yeah.
She would say, go here. Not only would she direct you to the restaurant, but she'll tell you what to get at each restaurant, because not every restaurant's going to make every single thing phenomenally.
Absolutely. Yeah. People are going to always specialize in different things. Like, Yeah, what really, like, what we were talking about, what really, like, kind of set me in this direction. I don't know if you've ever heard of this book. It's called Chewing the Fat, An Oral History of Italian Foodways.
I have heard of it.
Yeah, so that book, like, fucking changed everything I thought I knew about everything, because it's literally like she went around, she found people, like the prerequisite was something along the lines of, you know, they had to be born and live during this period at least. This way they would have the knowledge from their mother and possibly their grandmother going back. And, you know, some idea of how they were living and this and that. And then she took different people, not only from different regions, but completely different socioeconomic classes. So when she did the Modena grandmother was like a duchess, you know what I'm saying? And from the aristocracy, where the Milan grandmother was, you know, the 95% of the population. And the stories are like, yo, like, they like when they describe what they're eating, like, it's like there was no such thing as ribollita, because you couldn't, like, go to a market and just, you know what I'm saying, like, get the ingredients you need to, like, standardize that if you were 95% of the populace. What you were doing was, like, it says, like, the Milan girl was, like a good day would be, like, if me or one of my sisters found, like, Parmesan rinds in a garbage of, like, a noble's house, and then we could throw that into our cauldron and actually have some flavors. And they're, like, talking about, like, scavenging for, like, cabbage cores and onion, like, discard, and just throwing it in there. And then it starts to explain how, like, you know, because when you grow up doing that, everything you grow up with will become nostalgic to you. So then they're like, you know, we could kind of, like, discern and use common sense to say, like, now years later and things get better and you do get industrialization, which, you know, provides a lot more food and this and that later on. And these guys go back and they say, okay, let's make a standardized version of this kind of thing from our childhood. And that's when you get this ribollita, where it's like, you know, 200 grams of this and 100 grams of that and blah, 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 blah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, this is where it comes from. And now I'm starting to go down this rabbit hole where I'm like, wait a minute. So if you understand the history of Italy, then are these, like, things that Italian Americans were doing in America echoes of what was happening before? Because, you know, years ago, we were always for years, you know, especially, you know, 10 years ago, I was on that page where it was just like, oh, chicken Parmesan is not Italian at all. You know what I mean? That's not an Italian thing. You wouldn't find that in Italy. And, you know, all these other examples where it's like the pasta with the meatballs is not Italian. It has to be separate. And, you know, all these rules and this and that. And now I'm starting to think, like maybe there's an echo of something, like,
oh, definitely,
that went back, that, you know, they were kind of bringing from over there. And there's also real obvious causes where it's like, well, they couldn't get fucking meat when they came over. These are, like, dirt poor people, like, coming from dirt. So they get to America and, you know, there's steak and chicken everywhere. So they're going to be like, oh, let's figure out how to use this. This is fucking great.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same evolution that pizza had. You know, what we have in the United States echoes what came before it in Italy, but at this point, it's a different food.
Yeah.
Same name, different food.
It's a completely different food. I also, I wonder about that a lot. Like, I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. Like, where it's like, you know, because you get these Italian guys, these SUG Italian guys that say, like, that's not pizza a lot. And, you know, we break each other's balls. So a lot of these guys are my friends. But the question I have is, like, I mean, do we really know what pizza was in 1900 or 1920 in Italy? Like, because it wasn't this sit down fork and knife thing that I encountered in, like, you know, 2008 when I was in Naples, where everybody was like, you know, I remember going in. I was in Naples multiple times between, because I was on the U.S. pizza team and shit, and I was traveling around. I was doing all that, pizza acrobatic shit. And you would go to these places and they would leave the crust on the table. They were telling me like, they wouldn't cut the pizza and they would cut around the crust and eat it like this and then leave the thing. And then
Interesting.
Yeah, it was weird. And then you would find the places that were doing like the portfolio, but like that was not where like people were going then. And now like everybody that goes to Naples wants like pizza portfolio.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And everybody's eating the crust.
The best food in Naples is not the pizza.
What do you think it is?
Just the seafood.
Yeah, the seafood's amazing.
Incredible.
What's that? Do you know that what's that chick that's all over Facebook and social media that's got the big seafood restaurants? Fijoli.
Oh, I don't know.
You never heard of her? She's like the most famous like seafood lady.
I don't think so.
In Naples. Well, what were you doing? What kind of places were you going to for the seafood? What were you having?
Hole in the wall.
Hole in the walls?
Oh, God, yeah.
And what were they serving you? Like urchin and like, was it a lot of different?
Just a bunch of different stuff. But
is it kind of like street food style, or were you sitting down and eating?
So my favorite place is it's called Chibicoti.
Okay.
Hole in the wall. It's like basically a glorified stall in the back of a very small market. And there's probably a 6-burner range and a little bit of like a display case. And they have maybe 7 or 8 dishes, and you pick what you want. And once that dish is out, they make something else. And just kept filling up this little counter. And I had a plate of head-on shrimp, like maybe 3 head-on shrimp, and nothing else. And it was the juiciest shrimp I've ever experienced in my life. You rip off the head, and suddenly there's a pool of juice on your plate.
Right.
It's extraordinary.
Yeah. And what do you think is attributed to that? Do you think it's like they're just pulling the shrimp right out of the water? They're not freezing it.
Yeah.
They're not doing everything.
Yeah.
A lot of things that we think.
Clams like I've never seen clams before. Different colors and different shapes, and
that's the produce there too. It's just like you see like 20 different types of lemon, and like here we have like we have 1, and then we have like another 4 if you're like a guy that's in the food world that's like really looking for it.
Yeah,
you know
well, if you go to California, if you go to the Santa Monica Farmers Market and go to the citrus table,
right,
20 different varieties of citrus.
Yes.
Here on the East Coast, if you see citrus in a farmer's market, it's not a real farmer's market.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So I'm always jealous going to places that have year-round agriculture and have a climate that can produce olives and citrus and avocados.
Well, it's another revolution that's happening. I mean, I saw some numbers where it was like there was like less than 100 farmers markets in 1992 in the U.S. and now there's like over 20,000.
That's great.
So it's like I always thought in my head, I was like, oh well, it's got a resurgence, but these farmers markets, like, they've been around for a long time. Like, there were always the farmers and this and that. It's like, nah. You know what I mean? These guys have like kind of sprung up in this like new world food thing like that. I think, it really started in California with the growing.
It also helps the farmer because they can sell it direct to the consumer rather than selling it to 3 middlemen. Exactly.
Where you can't make, well, that's why I got to think like they standardize everything, because it's like, hey, this is how you make money. You grow this and you throw all these pesticides and then you sell it to the guys, and you take some money, you buy more land or whatever. But you're seeing it in Jersey too. Do you have any like places you go in Jersey?
Yeah, of course.
Tell me about some of them.
Yeah, do you know about Jersey Girl Creamery?
I do not.
Oh, I gotta get you some cheese, man.
Okay. What is she all about?
So it's a they. It's my friend Sal.
Okay.
He has a little operation on a farm in Sussex County. It's northern New Jersey.
Okay.
They have a herd of mostly Jersey cows, the breed Jersey. And
Are those like the Oreo cows?
what's that?
We call them Oreo cookies because they're like
Black and white?
they're like black with like white stripe.
Not really.
Like it's like black and white, or white and black. No,
That might
it's
be
not that.
Holsteins that you
Okay.
think of. But there's, so he has a herd of cows. They milk them every morning, and then they're making cheese 20 feet away from where the cows are
Jesus.
on the farm. It's extraordinary. If you've ever
Oh,
been, yeah, there they are. They're
There it
fucking huge. So it's a breed of cow that has a very high fat content, which is great for cheese making.
Right. But probably doesn't produce as much, and that's why they're not used
No,
more regularly.
They're good
They're
producers.
good producers?
I mean, not like some of the other ones, but it's just amazing that they're able to create such a fantastic cheese with that quality of milk. These cows are eating grass for most of the year. Right now, it's the middle of winter, so grass is not growing, so they're on hay and silage.
Sure.
We see dramatic change in the flavor, the meltability, and the color based on what the cows are eating.
Really?
So April, May, June, it's this bright neon yellow, which most pizza guys would say, I don't want to serve this. Like this pizza right here is made with that cheese.
Right.
You can see the color.
Yeah.
That's a yellowish.
Yeah, of
this
course.
Picture was probably taken in October or November when the grass was growing. Right now, the color died back down to a more muted, pale off-white, and then once fresh grass starts growing in April, it'll change color again.
That's
And we try to celebrate that. We try to celebrate it because it's fucking natural. It's real.
I'm going in this direction in my mind, like because it becomes what you're doing becomes this living, breathing thing.
Exactly.
And what's more natural than that?
Yeah.
You know, the seasons change, the weather, like everything changes throughout the year, and like, you know, the pizza should too. It's
Definitely.
a living, breathing thing.
Definitely. Now, we don't use this cheese exclusively.
Right.
We have 2 or 3 different types of mozzarella in the restaurant at all times, just like we have 5 different tomatoes in the restaurant.
Sure.
Because things are different, right?
Yeah.
And we try to highlight the difference between 2 tomatoes and use them to the best of their abilities as tomatoes, right? A tomato with a higher moisture content is going to be on a pizza with less ingredients. And a tomato that is a little bit thicker and more viscous we'll use on a pizza with cheese because the cheese adds more moisture and fat to it, so it kind of balances out. But there's minute differences, or not even minute differences. There's huge differences between a cheese like this and, say, a cheese that I'm making in-house from Polio Gold or Belgioso.
Right.
curd.
Right. 100%.
And I love seeing the difference on the plate in front of our guests at the same time. So this is our Jersey margarita with all products from New Jersey. We'll put that up against our standard margarita side by side, which the standard margarita is a California tomato and cheese we make in-house. Both margarita pizzas, very different expression of the margarita pizza.
Right.
Because the ingredients dictate everything.
That makes perfect sense.
Just and they're different.
What kind of cheese are you getting from them? What is it, a mozzarella, or is it?
Yeah, so-
it is a mozzarella.
Yeah. So my friend Sal, I think it was his uncle or somebody, made mozzarella cheese for 30 years in Campania. They flew him over. He worked there for a couple of years, teaching their whole team the real process to make fresh mozzarella, and the product is phenomenal. I got to get you a ball.
Oh yeah,
You're gonna love it.
I've been spending a lot more time in Jersey lately, so I've been going. So I looked up. I found. I gotta find the dude in North Jersey. There's Not Asbury Park, but Asbury. There's a couple that has a water buffalo herd that's doing some things.
It's called Riverine Ranch.
Yes. And do you know them at all?
I don't know them personally, but I've had their product.
You know their product?
Yeah.
It's good. There's another guy that doesn't know how to use the fucking internet. This guy doesn't have a webpage. He doesn't have anything. And he has the largest water buffalo herd in the United States. He's somewhere in North Jersey. I met him multiple times in the city. And I got to find him. I know a couple guys I could call that, like, have his number. But this guy, like, fucking, like, smuggled a water buffalo over here from Italy somehow, and then, like, smuggled the semen.
Nice.
And he did this, like, 30 years or 20 years ago or something like that. So
Nice.
he's got, like, a big herd. He's doing something, but it's, like, I think it's, like, almost, like, verging on the illegal side of things, where this guy's, like, he's not on the internet. He's got, like, a bunch of guys from the other side that with restaurants or whatever that he just, like, drives out to. Yeah.
Yeah, our dairy laws in New Jersey are very, very backwards.
Yeah, that was the other thing I was going to say with her was, I mean, it must have been a nightmare. It's got to still be a nightmare dealing with, the agriculture department and the FDA and this and that.
Yeah, well, they're not selling the milk.
Right.
Because if you sell the milk, then it's a whole different thing. They're actually making a product with it.
Right.
And that's not an issue.
But you still need federal inspections constantly.
I'm sure they do that.
Yeah.
They're very, very legit, and their product is fantastic.
Yeah.
You got to taste it.
If they're on the internet, there's no choice about it. So Pecoraro Cheese in Brooklyn, they make fresh mozzarella and ricotta over here. Yeah, they're great dudes, but, like, I see what they have to go through with these federal agencies, and it's a nightmare. It's really, really bad. Have you ever heard of that cheese nun lady?
Who's
from
that?
Connecticut?
No.
You never heard about this chick? Oh, you got to look this chick up. She's here. Pull up the cheese nun in Connecticut. So she was on one of those documentaries, like, I don't know if it was Food Inc. or whatever the hell it was. That's how I saw her years ago. But she, so she's a nun in Connecticut, and the, whatever the convent, whatever they call it, is, has a French name, right? So their sister convent is in French, or is in France. And she actually went to school for, I believe, molecular biology, before she became a nun, got her degree and everything, became a nun. And then at a certain point, like, went on not a pilgrimage, but whatever, to the place, and spent a few years at the nunnery in France. So yeah, earned a doctorate in molecular biology, University of Connecticut, France, this and that. Yeah, so she went out to 3 other nodes applied and were accepted into So she went to France, and the Abbey di Regina Laudis, or I'm saying that completely wrong. She went over there, and these nuns were making, cheese, as they had been for, 1,000 years or whatever the hell it is, or thousands of years, really. And she learned the process over there, came back to Connecticut, started doing the same exact thing in Connecticut, and she was using these wood barrels to do some portion of the process.
Interesting.
I believe it was like, taking the milk and putting the culture in, and then that's where it initially does
ferments.
Yeah, ferments, like, does its warm ferment before it gets transferred out and goes through another process. So she got popular enough to eventually, like, because I believe she was just going selling it out of the nunnery or going to farmers markets or something like that. And eventually she caught some attention from the health departments out there, and they went in there and they were just like, this has to be shut down right away, blah, 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 blah. Because she was had a doctorate in molecular biology, she was, and I mean, essentially, if you're a health department thing, that's what you're following. You're following that science. So she was able to like even though this wood barrel and it just had molds and all kinds of crap on it, it looked like fucking gross. It didn't look like something you'd want to eat out of, but it had less, bad bacteriums or salmonella, dangerous bacteriums than like 2 minutes ago cleaned with bleach stainless steel container. And because she was able to prove that, she was able to continue doing as she was, but she had to go through a lot of shit. But it kind of goes back and shows you, like, humans have been doing things for thousands of years, you know what I'm saying, like a certain way. And, I mean, they didn't have all the technology and maybe knowledge that we have today, but, you go thousands of years, what do you think? They were getting sick all the time doing it like this? If they were, they'd stop doing what the hell they were doing. Like, there would be no more cheese or yogurt because it was like, this is something that, if you eat it, like, it's not going to be good. It's going to kill you. But yeah, and I wonder about, like, I mean, it gets you, you look at a story like that, and now we're back to the fermentation thing, and there's like, hey, is there something to doing, like a bulk ferment or doing your wild yeast instead of doing it in a BPA-free Cambro, you're doing it in this like wooden vessel, and then you can go down a whole entire rabbit hole thinking about that. And like, obviously we can't sit here and know the answers to whether that would be good or bad, but it's like,
I mean, there's always something to try and to learn. My buddy Sal with the Jersey Girl Creamery, I spent a full day there watching their process and learning about their cheese making process. And it's extraordinary how similar it is to dough making, cheese making. It's great. Like, it's so similar.
From the milk.
Yeah, so they take the milk and then they inoculate it with yesterday's whey.
Right.
To lower the pH, because stretching cheeses need a certain pH so that the proteins elongate.
Okay.
The protein in cheese is casein predominantly, which is the structure of the cheese, just like gluten is in
the structure of the dough. Yeah.
In that, it's so interesting how similar making cheese and making bread is.
Yeah, I mean, all these things that have to do with fermentation. Years ago, and I want to start doing it again because I had really high success, I was like, I want to make my own soda, but without a soda stream. And like, I went down like some weird
like
rabbit
ginger
hole.
And yeast
the ginger
sugar.
bug. Yeah, the ginger bug, and doing blueberries and different things like that.
See?
And it's, you know what I mean? When you look at it from like a molecular biology standpoint, like it's all the same kind of thing, maybe a different technique, maybe something different, but it's all kind of connected. It's very similar. Yeah, I mean, I'm really interested. You said I want to start reaching out to like biologists and see if we can like just be like, hey man, I know this, and this. Can you help to break down what the fuck is going on? Like, I'll show you what's good and how I'm creating this goodness. But can we break down like what's going on like a molecular level to like create the goodness?
Yeah. I love learning about that stuff because it helps me as the producer of the food. It helps me control it.
Yeah. No, 100%, which is one. You were saying like, and I'm really curious about this too, because I've started to see on the market, you have these Jersey fresh tomatoes. Like, Jersey has always been synonymous with tomatoes, but there's no Stanislaus of New Jersey. Like,
not really.
And I've never even seen a grown in Jersey canned tomato before like 10 years ago.
Right.
Like, do you know anything about what's going on in that market?
Yeah, there's there's the Jersey Fresh brand, and there's another brand that's made in the same cannery as that one. A couple actually that are made in the same cannery.
Yeah, it's that one cannery where like people could kind of bring tomatoes and get it canned and private label. Is that what's going on?
I think they do private labels. I don't know exactly how it works, but
What Jersey tomato are you using?
We use the Jersey Fresh.
Okay.
But again, we have 5 tomatoes in the restaurant right now.
Right.
We have a yellow tomato from southern Italy. We have the Gusto Rosso from Gustiamo. Do you know Gustiamo?
I do not.
You don't know Gustiamo?
Wait.
Italian importing company in the Bronx.
Okay. No, I don't know Gustiamo. What are they? Tell me about them.
So they're Italian importers.
Okay.
But they only import products that meet their very high standards. They develop relationships with everyone that they buy from, whose products that they sell, but also with their customers, right? So you have to have a relationship with Gustiamo.
Okay.
You can buy it on their website, but
Right.
For
But to
a
buy
restaurant,
wholesale,
from a restaurant standpoint,
you have to go in.
they're very cautious about who they sell it to because the supply for these products is very limited because they're all small artisanal producers of everything from pistachios to real chocolate hazelnut spread to anchovies and weird caper berries and caper leaves, and the olive oil that she imports is fantastic. She imports a couple different types of tomatoes, and they're phenomenal.
And what are they? Are they like some kind of San Marzano thing, or are they?
So she has DOP tomatoes. She has non-DOP tomatoes that are just as good.
Right.
Really delicious. She's got a yellow tomato that we bring in to the restaurant. We do a yellow margarita as one of the variations on the margarita that we do. She has pianolo tomatoes that have a real thick skin, and they're just super sweet and crazy herbaceous. She has a bunch of different products. It's a small catalog of products, but they're all obscenely high quality. You'll never have pistachios or almonds
Like this.
Yeah.
And I'm sure the price like reflects that.
Oh,
like,
definitely.
What's like a case of tomatoes cost?
obscenely expensive.
Like $54
Yeah,
like
yeah,
a
yeah.
case or something like that.
Yeah. But I think it's totally worth it.
Right. No, yeah. I mean, as long as you can work it in, and I mean, you have to, kind of train your customers and talk about like, hey man, I'm sorry it costs this much, but this is,
Yeah.
The reason why.
Yeah.
You know
Granted,
what I mean?
with tomatoes, what are you really putting on a pizza? 2 to 3 ounces.
If you're doing Neapolitan, it's almost nothing. On New York style,
It becomes a little bit more cumbersome.
yeah.
But I wouldn't necessarily use a tomato of that caliber on a New York style pizza that's
Right.
pretty much covered in cheese,
yeah.
right?
Well, I mean, there's, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's this, what is it called? I mean, there's this new version of New York style where you're essentially like you're cooking at a certain temperature and you're using pre-ferments, but you're not necessarily like throwing low moisture grande cheese
Right.
on. You're doing like, a
couple different cheeses,
Yeah, you're doing some buffalo, like
Definitely.
the Fowler style, or there's, Frank Pinello from Best, he does, like you can't buy just a grande pie. It's like,
Yeah.
maybe it's grande mixed with some fresh mozzarella product mixed with something else. Dominic DeMarco, his pie is grande low moisture mixed with a fresh, mixed with a buffalo. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then, an obscene amount of Parmesan Reggiano or Grana Padano, depending on whatever he picked up that week.
Yeah.
So, but with something like that, I don't know. And are you saying like you're mixing tomatoes, or are you using specific tomatoes for specific pizzas?
Specific tomatoes for specific pizzas.
Okay, that's very, very
'Cause,
interesting.
We're buying these really expensive ingredients. It would be a shame to hide them, right?
Right, to kind of
blend them together.
Yeah, okay.
We really want to showcase the fact that this is a really amazing tomato, and you can taste it. The proof is in the product. Like
Right.
when you bite into it, I don't need to tell you how expensive the tomato is, or the story behind it. When you bite into it, that is a delicious tomato.
Right. So what? We were talking a little bit ago about like this bread and butter with the fermented butter and this and that. Is that it? Or do you have other things?
Oh, yeah.
You have
Good
the things?
question.
You have the
Good
things?
question.
Yeah.
I do have the things.
You got the things?
Yeah. So we, so I started by making the one butter and the one bread. It always leads you down a rabbit hole. There's always somewhere to bring it. So then I started aging the butter because I felt like in the world of cheese, there's one ingredient, milk.
So,
And how many thousands of types of cheese are there worldwide?
yes.
Yeah. So
It's all based on what you do, the environment you put it. It's crazy.
it's
When
the
I learned
details.
when I learned that like fresh mozzarella and Parmesan Reggiano and brie all start at the same fucking place.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, what?
It starts from a cow.
Yeah.
And it starts from the cow, where it's living, how it's living, what it's eating. And then it's up to the cheesemaker to decide the process and the details of how that milk is treated. Whether it's cultured, what temperature it's cultured at, how long it's cultured, what it's inoculated with, how the curd is separated, the timing, how big the curd is cut, how it's pressed or not pressed, how much pressure is used to press it, how long it's left to age, where it's left to age, the temperature it's left to age at.
Yes.
All of those things determine the final product.
The final product of it.
So I figured, like, why are we not trying some different techniques for the butter? So we started a whole bunch of different experiments on aging butter. Because why not try to see where it goes? So I built a cedar box and put some butter in it, aged it at 58 degrees or so in a wine fridge for about 6 weeks, and it blew my mind. The flavors that developed during that 6 weeks were so special.
Right.
And I tried that one experiment, and now I'm obsessed with aging butter.
Yeah.
It's super interesting.
I'm going to become obsessed with it.
Yeah.
I'm going to be like calling you in a week and be like, all right, I'm going down this rabbit hole.
Dude,
I just did this.
It's so interesting because that first butter that I tasted after 6 weeks, and I was tasting it every few days during that first 6 weeks.
Right.
At 6 weeks, it tasted to me like blue cheese. Just this aroma, a little bit funky, but not too funky. It wasn't obscene, but it had notes of blue cheese. So then I'm like, why aren't we inoculating it with something else? So the next batch that I did, and this was years ago, we're still doing it. I inoculated a batch with penicillin roqueforti, which is
a blue
fungus
cheese. Yeah.
that creates the blue veins running through. And all of a sudden, I started researching this fungus, and it requires air, requires oxygen, and moisture. So we inoculated the cream with it. We churned it into butter, and then we put it into a mold, and then we took a skewer and poked lots of little holes in it, and then dunked it in the buttermilk that we got as a byproduct from the butter making.
Right.
And put that in the wine fridge for 4 to 6 weeks. And then we got blue veining all throughout this blue butter, and now we have blue butter.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
And we have all these other like experiments in the works.
but you're not doing. Have you ever been? Do you know about James Trees?
No.
No, you never. Well, when you come out to Vegas, he's like one of the premier chefs in Vegas. He made a name for himself out in first Vegas, then LA. Then he opened up Esther's Kitchen about 4 years ago in the Arts District, which I immediately recognized. I was like, when I saw the Arts District 5 years ago, I was with Vinny Rotolo from Good Pie, and I was just like, he took that. That was the first time I met James Trees, and I'm looking around this neighborhood, and I'm like, bro, this is Williamsburg, and he's like, no, and I'm like, yeah, bro, this is Williamsburg, like. this is going to be Williamsburg in like 3 years. And sure enough, everything came true. But when James opened in the Arts District, people were like, are you out of your fucking mind? Like, you have to open up at Summerlin. Like, no one's going to come to the Arts District to eat at your restaurant. Literally within 3 months, he was like the housewives of fucking Summerlin were filling up the lunch to where it went from like real quick, you couldn't get in there for dinner on a Monday, and now you couldn't get in there for lunch.
Wow.
And he does like he has like a fucking shitty Baker Pride 50-year-old pizza oven that he just cooks this like no steam amazing country loaves in. And he started out, the first time I went there, it was a butter, or it was like an anchovy butter, and it was like a ricotta, maybe with roasted red pepper, something, and it was, you know, like something else, like 3 things. Mm-hmm. And like on the menu, it's like, you know, bread, $6, which is also like kind of a crazy thing that like people are like, wait, I gotta pay for the fucking bread in here? And it's like, yeah. But and now he has, I gotta pull up Esther's Kitchen on here, pull up the menu. I think it's like you can buy 3, he calls them the things. That's why I was saying the things before, where you can buy 3 things, 9 things, or 20 things.
Wow.
And there's just like a plate, like kind of like a painter's palette with all the things, and you get the bread and you kind of get to taste all the things.
I'm gonna have to go out there in March
we're definitely going. I'll take you in there. James has also been on the podcast. He's a great friend. It's one of the premier. He's got 4 places in 4 years.
Wow.
That's how and
growing fast,
bro. And they're all different concepts and they're all incredible. He's won a ton of awards. But so now this is interesting. So is you're not hiding these butters you're making with anchovies or different things at all?
We're not trying to do compound butters.
Okay.
Like that's kind of like
that's really interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's easy.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Mixing some stuff into butter is just not my thing.
Sure.
We want to create a product.
Yeah.
From a raw natural material like cream or milk.
And accentuate that product.
Exactly.
And see where you could just take that one thing and where
try
you could go with it.
Again, just like with the dough, we're trying to extract flavors out of it and trying to control it in a way that provides happiness to somebody eating it.
Right. Yeah, this is making sense now. It's almost like, you know, I mean, I love anchovy fucking.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's fucking.
Don't get me wrong.
I'm not knocking any of that. But you know, it's like the equivalent of, you know, if you were to mix a flavor into a pizza dough, which I mean is somewhere you could go, but like not necessarily something it
doesn't light me up. I tend to only do things that really light me up.
Yeah.
Right.
But it makes sense. It's like that's the equivalent. Yeah.
Totally.
It's like instead of like I want to create the perfect bread, I don't want to roll raisins and walnuts and cheeses into it. Like that's not what I'm going for.
Exactly.
Because the thing that you're going for is already so complicated that, you know, it's like you were saying with the Japanese chefs and why you love them so much that, like, you know, they focus on this one thing and you don't get distractions.
Exactly.
Right? So, yeah, no, it's fucking awesome. So how many kinds of butter are there?
We have 4 different ones going on
right now.
Aging. And
those are available to...
None are available yet.
On the menu. Not on the menu.
Yeah, they're going to go on the menu as soon as we reopen the new space.
Okay.
We're going to do a whole butter tasting.
Right. And how many loaves of bread do you do? Well, how big's your oven? Do you got a 120
We have a 140.
You got a 140.
Yeah.
And
So we fit 17 loaves of bread in the oven at one time. But I just bought a steam injection bread oven. So we're not going to bake in the wood-fired oven, I don't think, ever again.
Do you do anything when you're baking in wood to add steam at all, or no?
It's such a pain in the ass.
What do you do?
It's always been the biggest challenge to it because, first of all, we're not baking our bread in a bread oven. It's really a pizza oven.
Yeah.
Okay, because it's got a pretty high dome.
Yeah.
Okay, so for that oven to have enough steam, that's a pretty big cavity that has to be filled. Whereas a bread oven, like a wood-fired bread oven, is going to have a much lower dome height, so that the cavity is smaller, so you can actually get the appropriate amount of steam for that bread.
Right.
So we, first of all, we use a pretty high hydration dough, okay, which
It's going to create steam
it's
automatically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It creates its own steam, especially when the entire oven is loaded.
Yes.
Like, we can't just bake 3 loaves of bread in a giant oven.
That's the same thing that Trees has to load up that Baker Pride full in order to get any semblance of bread out
Exactly.
of it. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's first and foremost. Then before we load the oven, we'll take 2 damp towels and mop the floor of the oven.
Okay.
Okay, and that creates a little bit of steam while right before we load. As we're loading, somebody's got a little spritz bottle, a spray bottle, and they're spraying. One person's spraying into the mouth of the oven as the other person's loading, so you get a little bit more steam that way. And then we have a big steel door that will take hot, wet towels, drape them over the entire door, and then close the door. So we get a little bit more steam that way.
Nice.
And that actually, those hot towels create a gasket around the door to keep all the steam in.
All of it in. And, oh, yeah, because the flue is on the other side.
Exactly.
So it's keeping everything in. Well, I mean, now it's probably not going to matter for you, but I don't know if this would work. It's been working for me in these environments, sort of. But I went online and I found, because I was just kind of like, I was like thinking in my head, I was like, they have these, kind of really expensive steamers for like clothes.
Tried it.
And different steam. No, hear me out. So I'm looking for all that. Nothing's really making sense. Nothing's looking like it could like provide the steam. Then I find this. So it's good. So it's used for detailing cars.
Oh, nice.
Okay. So it's it's like something like this. I have it upstairs. So it's you fill this whole thing up with water, and it has this gun because it's for like when you're when you go to a detailer for your car and you're paying them like $400 to fucking like make it new again. Like these are the different tools with the different attachments.
And it's working out for you?
That they use to steam. Bro, it's a fucking gun. Bro, it shits out so much steam. It shits out more steam in a shorter period of time than a true steam injected oven does. Yeah. Now, could you do 5 giant decks of steam? No, because
it'd run out.
You would run out.
Yeah.
Like you would, and then it has to like
recharge.
It has to recharge because it's like not like a giant package. But I don't know.
I tried so
It's
many
$129. It's an interesting thing. You know what I mean? Yeah. So
yeah, that's always been the difficult part about baking.
Go to the things. Where's the things? Is the things on here?
Toast bread things.
Oh, these are the things.
These are the things.
Okay. Yeah. So.
Brunch.
Yeah, dinner things. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So there it is. So
nice.
What is it? Regatta, basil oil and herb. The other one is blue cheese, walnut, and pickled grapes. The other one is Saba, caper, and Calabrian chilies. Then you got the Andouille with chili oil. Well, it's just Andouille they give you. And then you got burrata, chives, basil, sea salt. And then the anchovy butter. The cannellini beans thing is dope. It's cannellini beans, lardo, speck, pistachio oil. And then you got the fragua, strawberry saba.
Yeah, I'm definitely.
You see what he does? 5 choices, 21. Yeah. And
I love it.
yeah, wait till when you go to this
all
place.
the things. I'm getting all the things.
Yeah, you get all the things. Yeah.
How's
That's
the
what I do every time I go.
You know.
I get all the things.
Yeah. How's
For
the pizza?
The pizza's really good. It's different. It's like you know, it's good though. It's definitely worth a try. It's a different thing. It's a there's some pizzerias. I think yours is one of them, but like you definitely Mark at Lucali's is one of these places where it's like it's not a specific style that you can put a label on it.
Yeah.
Like you can't call like what Mark does
Detroit or New York.
Yeah, or like a Brooklyn style pie. It's just something like Mark went in there, figured out what he liked, not following any rules.
Exactly.
And it's just like this is a Lucali style pie.
Exactly.
You know what
It's
I mean?
iconic.
Yeah.
You can look at a picture of Mark's pie and know it's his.
Yes, exactly. And I think it's the same thing with you. Like you're not an STG Neapolitan pie.
No.
You're not even on this kind of like other category of places like Roberta's or Paulie G's or I guess you could put Speedy Romeo and Ops in that category
like
too.
Neapolitan-ish.
And that's just in New York. Yeah, it's like the hipster Neapolitan that and it's also like it's an old I've had people like recently like be like, "Oh, I want what do you call it?
Leopard spots.
Leopard spots," and I'm just like, and then all of a sudden like this like memory rushes back where I'm like, oh yeah, that's what everybody was looking for 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I think it's an idiotic thing to look for. Right? I don't
hate
know.
leopard spots.
I hate
It's a
leopard
flaw.
spots too.
It's a
flaw.
defect.
It's a defect.
Yeah.
Yes, but because for whatever reason, and we got a pretty good grasp of the history of where this all came from because it's all very new and documented. But yeah, it's a flaw. I'm like, why would you just under ferment your dough and
Or
that's
bake
what
it
you'll
at
get.
too high of a temperature also.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm not interested in that at all. Yeah, so when I was developing our products for the restaurants, I realized that I didn't want to do Neapolitan pizza because I have no connection there to Naples. No history, my heart wasn't in Naples, right? I grew up in New Jersey eating crispy pizza that you could pick up with your hands.
Yes.
So when I was developing our pizza, I came up with a list of characteristics that I wanted to create in the pizza. And that's what my whole book is based around, is this 56-point evaluation system for myself where everything is outlined from the way the cheese melts to the acidity and sweetness of the tomatoes to the structural integrity of it, the aromas in the crumb of the crust, the colors that are the exterior of the crust. Every possible angle of the pizza is detailed in this evaluation system. And that's what I use to train my staff.
Do you worry at all about like the aesthetic looking at it, or is that like it doesn't matter as long as when I put it in my mouth, it's what I want it to be?
Yeah, so you can tell a lot about the aesthetics, right? I can tell by looking at a pizza whether it's been fermented long enough or too long, or there's a lot you can tell about the aesthetics. But when I'm creating a new pizza, I'm not thinking about how well it's going to Instagram,
right?
By any means,
yeah,
right. So I'm not going to take a giant ball of burrata and put it in the middle of a pizza, because when you go to eat that's not going to eat very well,
right?
I
always think about how it's going to eat, but I find it sometimes very difficult for me to set like when I'm building something in post bake, I want a color and I want it to be, but I always want it to eat well. That's like number one. I'll never put a piece of burrata in the middle of it because I'm like, how the fuck are you gonna eat this? Like,
Yeah.
I'm concerned with that with sandwiches too.
Hell yeah.
Always when I'm thinking
Hell
about a
yeah.
sandwich, I'm like, how does it eat?
One pile this high that takes a really nice picture and looks extraordinary, but think about how your mouth is gonna get into that.
And
right?
it's like folded over, and the vegetables aren't where they're supposed to be, and blah 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 blah. I go to these the bodegas. I make my own sandwiches.
Nice.
I go behind the line when I want a sandwich, and I fucking train these guys because I'm like, I want my like Italian hero, but like, yo, there's no fucking balance here.
Yeah, it's all about balance.
Yeah.
And I'm constantly thinking about the person sitting in the chair and their mouth and the size of their mouth and how big should a piece of, zucchini be, or how big should something be when you're biting into it, and what's the eating experience like? Like, is it a big round of an onion that you're going to bite into and the entire onion's going to slide off?
Yes. Yeah.
Right?
That I'm constantly obsessing over. Yeah.
Same thing with prosciutto. When you have one giant slice of prosciutto on a pizza and you bite into it, the whole thing is going to come off. Mm-hmm. And then what's every other bite like of that pizza?
Right.
So I'm constantly thinking about the guest and their mouth and how the eating experience is going to be.
I just had so Mark, we were talking about Mark before from Locali's Mark. So he just opened
Baby Luke.
Yeah, he opened Baby Luke's, but it was kind of I forget the guy's name, but he's like he's got a book too about unrefined flours. I believe he was running it like when they opened, but as far as the recipes and what they were creating and everything like that. But Mark took it back, and
Who was running it?
the guy that wrote, I got his book somewhere here. Leone.
Adam Leonti?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I love that
Adam
guy.
Leonti.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Flower Lab.
Flower Lab.
It's a great book.
Yeah. So, Mark.
I didn't know he was working with him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he was just doing
Helping
the
him out.
pizza there.
Nice.
No, he was like doing the pizza there.
Wow.
Like Mark wasn't doing it, but then Mark decided like, okay, I gotta come in and do it. So Mark, I went in. I was like, bro, I'm gonna come down for a couple weeks and help you out because like I know you, and you know what I mean. I'm gonna do whatever I can, like, because Mark's all over the place. I mean he's a genius, but you know what I mean. I was just like, I want to go help my friend, this and that.
Yeah,
so,
two places in two different locations.
Yeah.
With two different styles of pizza.
And he's never worked in a slice joint. Like Mark knows what he wants in his head, but like he's never owned a slice pizzeria. He's never. I mean, when he opened Lucali's, he had never even worked in a pizzeria before of any kind. And I mean, that's one of the things that make it so amazing is like he meticulously builds the places because he's from that trade, the construction thing, and he knows what he wants.
Yeah, and he comes at it from a different perspective because he didn't work for someone else.
No.
Right? He's just coming at it from a new and fresh opinion.
And putting all the love in the world into it and doing it. Yeah, whatever. So I'm like, I'm helping them out, and they're doing the dough, and they're it's only square pizzas, so all the pizzas are getting par baked like early in the morning for that day, and that's what he wants. He's like, okay, I want to make the par bake the dough. It doesn't get used a day later; it only gets used this day, and then this is how I want to build the pizza. And I'm like, going. Okay, what do we want to put? And, he'll come in and make a pie, and I'm like trying to like replicate it, but now he's changing it and this and that. So finally where it ends up landing was a very, DeFara style, in the style of DeFara, you know what I'm saying, pizza. And I'm looking at things like I'm like, okay, it's coming. Like, he's like, oh, I want more buffalo mozzarella. and I want the Parmesan down the middle. And, you know, because that's going to do something. And I want the basil chopped like this. And it's kind of like a very abstract chop. And he's like taking the basil, and it's like, you know, the basil's like maybe 80% good. There's some black leaves in the bunch, and he's miserable, and he throws the whole thing out. And then he's taking another one and being like, you don't understand. And I'm like, I'm looking at this where, like, from my perspective at the time, where I'm just like, wait, why wouldn't you kind of like julienne the basil? Why are you chopping it like this? Why are you throwing it all around? Why do you want this kind of like, when it comes out of the oven, bro, it's so soupy that it just falls off. Like if you like cut it and you take it off, like all the cheese will just fall off the entire thing.
I hate that.
And it's just like, well, so I'm thinking he's a little crazy, right? And I'm like, wait, all right, well, he's going to figure it out. Then I finally get around to taking a bite. And it literally, so I when DeMarco's open, so Dominic DeMarco. His name's not DeFara, it's DeMarco. Yeah. When DeMarco's open in the West Village, I just come back from Italy. And, you know, back then, Craigslist was around back then, but the way you would get a pizza job back then is you pick up a copy of the American Oggi, which is like America Today in Italian, and you go to the classifieds, and that's there's always 20, 30 pizza jobs. That was like the pizza maker's secret back then, like when you wanted to work. So I ended up getting a job there, and I ended up spending time with Dom for like 3 weeks before opening, which is a whole nother story on its own. And you know, so I was very, very familiar with that product. And I had actually, you know, being, you know, familiar with the product and working side by side by Dom, I have like at certain periods over the years, like kind of, you know, tried to do a version of that and my version. And, you know, it was always good, but like it was never, you know, kind of that, like it didn't bring you back to that. And then I took a bite of this and it brought me back.
Nice.
To the Faras of, you know, 15 years ago when Dom was, you know, really making every pie, and it was like just really him in there, and, you know, it was what it was. And it was just like I started like I was like, okay, just because this aesthetically doesn't look good, like there's something to this, because now I really taste the basil. Now I really, you know, the creaminess and how it like it melts with everything and blah 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 blah. And it's just like these ingredients are just like singing like in the way that they are, and it was like big eye opener for me, and something like I don't think without like going over there, you know what I mean, I would have like independently like figured out, which is, you know, I mean, I've been taking like so much more value and kind of like just being like, you know, all right, let me go, you know, over here and, you know, however the fuck you want to call it, like stage it out a little.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And like get some ideas and get the brain flow. And then, you know, when I do that, I'm always bringing, you know what I'm saying, like knowledge with me as well.
Oh, of course.
You know what I'm saying? It's like it's a nice little trade-off, you know. Do you ever go to other people's places or hang out with people?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, I haven't in a little bit, but yeah, I mean, I eat pizza all the time, you know, not just at my place.
I know this is the most cliche question ever, but what are some of your top spots that you enjoy?
Where in the world?
Where in the world? Let's go United States of America. Any style. What? Because, yo, you might like this, you know, like not style related.
Right.
I'm not going to put you in that corner.
No, I like being in that corner. It gives me some guidelines.
Oh,
like,
New York?
New York, I like, if you can call it, I like Lindustry.
Okay. Yeah, you call that New York.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love Paulie G's Slice Shop.
Okay.
Of course, Joe's.
Yeah.
That's for a slice. For Neapolitan style pizza, Una Pizza Napolitana.
Yep.
Like, hands down.
Yeah.
I think he does better Neapolitan pizza than anyone in Naples.
I'll tell you, I think I've talked about this on the podcast. I think I was talking about this with Fred because I was down the block when he opened that. I was working at Cacio e Vino at another wood-fired place, and he opened, and all the zips that were from all the restaurants, they were like, "Yo, you know what's crazy? Like, we're all from Italy, and you got this tattooed up kid playing hip hop music with 3 pies." Only open 4 days a week, and that's where all the real Italian Neapolitans want to go get pizza.
Special.
Yeah, it's really special. I mean, Anthony's incredible. You know what I mean? I've known Anthony a long time, and like, you know, he's another one of those guys where just like how his brain works, it's just the product is so integrated to him and how he's feeling. When he opened up the new place, he had he bought a diving arm mixer.
Yeah.
Okay. So, because Anthony's always, bro, I've known Anthony for a long time. I used to talk to him a lot more, but, you know, whatever. But, like, I mean, I've seen him when he was in San Francisco, and I was like, yeah, so what's going on? How's everything going? And he's like, you know, I switched back to hand mixing, and you know,
always trying something new.
Get up. He always switches back and forth. It's just like he's just. I did a video with him where his quote, one of the things he says was, "Listen, you know, I'm not 100% happy with what it is every day, but I'm trying my very, very, very best every single day." And you know, he got the he bought this diving arm mixer. And this was at the same time when, like, those, you know, Kenoto kids, like the Kenoto Revolution was kind of going on in Naples. And he was paying very close attention to that. And he goes to Italy a lot. So he was familiar. And those guys are all using, like, their majority, all of them are using spiral mixers. And a lot of them are mixing at very high speeds and kind of throwing this kind of idea that Forza 40 was really one of the main purveyors of Forza 40. You know, they and other people were like kind of pushing this notion of, you know, a diving arm would be the best, the fork mixer would be the second best, and the spiral mixer is like the GED. And the reasoning behind this kind of train of thought was that the diving arm is gentler on the proteins and, you know, whatever. And then these kids came out and they started doing all this crazy shit. And then all of a sudden Anthony wanted, like, he was like, he's like, I got this diving arm mixer. I had to borrow this other mixer. And now I don't want to use this. And I got to use this. And have you seen all that? The Kenoto kids in Italy?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I mean, there's such a perfect example of like just like I feel pretty strongly like that this whole STG Neapolitan is like half a scam. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It really is. It's just like you're selling this recipe that, depending on like which AVPN or VPN or whatever the fuck it is that you're talking to, is either from like the 1650s or the 1850s, and this is what they were doing, and this is the recipe. And if you don't do it like this, right, you are not authentic. Meanwhile, there was no 00 flour in even the 1920s.
Exactly.
Okay, not in Italy, not anywhere. Commercial yeast, I'm still doing research on this, but for sure wasn't adopted on any type of large scale until at least the 60s. And I think the real date is like the 90s when it started getting used, and we're talking cake yeast. Refrigeration. Bro, in Italy?
Yeah. It's barely,
70s?
barely available.
70s? Maybe you know what I mean? And the recipe that they sell you is, it's 62% hydration, direct with cake yeast. You roll up the balls, you throw it in the fridge. This is the recipe from the 1850s. 00 flour, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it doesn't, it's like, and I know why they do it like that. They do it like that because 62% dough is pretty easy to work with as far as like pulling it out and mixing and rolling a ball. You know, it's easy to just throw this much cheese. Why does it go in the fridge right away? Because you're teaching
it's easier
people
to control.
Well, no, you're teaching people. The same companies are teaching people all over the world. And all over the world has different elevations and different temperatures, different weather patterns, and this and that. But their fridges, more or less, is the same environment wherever the fuck you go. To the point where, like, it's not going to drastically change from Dubai to New York City or Colorado.
They're all below 40 degrees.
Yes, they're all below 40 degrees.
I think it's a bunch of bullshit, and I really don't like rules.
Yeah. So the one thing that I'll make an argument for is I'm not telling anybody that they have to do anything, and I'm also a person that fucking hates rules. And I used to fucking be the biggest proponent against this, because if you go to like a Neapolitan pizza competition and you don't open it up in a specific way, you automatically lose the competition.
Really?
Yeah, because all the competitions now, except the Neapolitan STG competitions, are blind.
Oh, good.
So you don't know. You didn't watch the person make the pizza. You don't know who it is. It's a
the way
number.
It should be.
Right. And that's what I was arguing for. I was like, this is stupid that you're like putting like 50% of the points on how they're actually building this pizza and everything. Because shouldn't like the end result and whatever they did be the biggest mitigating factor? Like if you're a judge and the judges are expert in Neapolitan pizza and what it's supposed to be, okay, that's fine. You know what I mean? But then why do you need to watch the guy if you're such a fucking expert? Like, you know what it... So I was the biggest proponent of this thing. Then I learned how to do the slap, and I was just like, okay, now I see where the value is in this. Because it was, you know, you're knocking off some of the flour. You're not really messing with the cornicione in a big way. When you get really good at it, you're able to like... I mean, you see like these guys at Gino Cerbillo and these guys like in Naples, like banging out pies, and they're all pretty, you know what I mean? Like it's impressive. You know what I'm saying? So there is something to techniques. I don't believe that you have to use techniques to achieve.
Yeah, there's a million
anything.
ways to get to the same destination.
Yes, but I think it's important to learn.
Yeah.
The number one technique in Napoli, because it's only gonna make whatever you decide to get on your journey better.
Exactly.
Because I do see a lot of like weird stretching techniques at commercial places like around the country that are all relatively new places. They're all in the category of like 5 or 10 years old. And it's just like, you know, I don't know. It looks all made up. It's like you went to your house and like kind of figured this out.
That's funny.
And you're trying to like, and you're applying that to a commercial business, and it's like more power to you and cool. And if that's what you're comfortable with, like it's fine. But like why wouldn't you, you know, like you can't, maybe you think this, but I don't think it's a good thought to have. Like, this isn't like the best possible way that this thing could be done. And I don't think there necessarily is ever a best possible way. Like, I beat myself up all the time. And I've been doing this since I was 11 on every fucking thing. You know what I'm saying? I think it's like a constant journey. But like, I see people who like, I don't think I'm doing anything right at any point. You know what I mean? Like, I'm always like, it's either I'm wrong or
it could be better.
It could be better. It's always it could be better.
Always.
It's always it could be better. And then, yeah, so I think it's like when you don't continue your education or this and that, or really take hard looks at these other things, that you're doing yourself a disservice, or you're like, you think you already have everything figured out, which once you've had you know everything, you're
Just
done.
stop.
There's nowhere to go.
Yeah.
There's nowhere to go. As soon as that you think in your own head that you know everything, where do you go from there? Yeah, it's crazy.
There's always something to learn, especially with a product that is in constant motion.
Yeah. Well, I think all these things are, I mean, really, they're in constant motion. Like, I mean, look at people what are doing, you know, look at even like, you know, even though it's like not really my thing that I'm super into, like I do like following these guys to a degree, and I do like seeing what's like, what they're up to. But like, I mean, look at a Michelin star restaurant from 15 years ago to today. It's, you know, you're talking 15 years ago, it was, you know, copper line pans and these stoves and this technique from these proven things. And now it's like, bro, these guys
there's
have
like moss on the plate.
Bro, these guys have like
insane.
$60,000 centrifuges.
It's crazy.
They have like pharmaceutical grade $200,000 evaporators that they're making tomato water with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just like
really pushing.
It's crazy. It's crazy what they're doing. Like it's almost, I mean, that's kind of like one of the things that gives me a drive. Like, I'm just a dumb kid from Brooklyn in the end of the day. And, you know, there's people like coming into these worlds, the restaurant world, the pizza world, the bread world in general, that these people are fucking engineers. These people are, you know, they're very, very smart, very well educated people who
or just applying it to something as simple as pizza.
Yes, 100%. I mean, you apply that with like old school like chops.
Yeah.
I mean, that's nobody would ever be able to fucking stop you. Like I tried so hard to do, you know, all the science and everything about it, and I'm gonna do that till the day I die. But like, there's only, I guess, so far I could go every year. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and there's only so far that the science can take you.
Right. Well, that's where these like finding molecular biologists to work with you are, because the science can, like, there's tons of food scientists and molecular biologists in the food world, but there's no jobs in what we do.
Exactly.
The jobs are like
making candy for Nabisco
or making bread products for Wonder Bread. And it's like, hey, we want to like ferment hotter and faster. It's not like we're going in this direction and trying to like combine everything and have like a, you know, a sustainable, everything's connected thing. You know what I mean? Like, where these guys are going like,
they want scale.
Yeah, how can we, what kind of chemicals can we put into this so that we could like up the degrees from 120 to 140 without killing the yeast, and the dough goes flat, and it's like, well, let's work on that. You know what I mean? So, yeah. All right. On that note, we're going to take one more break. We'll be right back. Where are we at? The last time I bought a 10-liter, it cost me $70.
That was a while ago.
Okay. Yeah. Price went up. Yeah.
They had a couple price increases just because they've, you know, supply and demand.
Right.
And they had to basically convince farmers to start growing olives rather than almonds or other things.
Sure. Look at that. I'm going to start reading these things more. Gambling man. What does that mean?
Oh, because I sold the successful restaurant and focused on the fucking one that didn't realize its full potential.
Right. Fuck, why I better be in this fucking article. What does this say? Okay, and I in this article.
There's the sound effects.
All right. Yes. Still got to go to restaurants?
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Actually, I love it.
Do you make the pizza ever? Or?
It depends.
You
It
just-
depends. Yeah. It depends if the staff needs me. You know, if somebody's like, if multiple people are out, then I will. And anytime we're testing out a new piece of equipment.
You can start it up.
Yep. Oh, we're going.
Oh, we're gone.
Yeah, I'll test out a new piece of equipment and run it for.
So,
You know,
so
a
what do
month or
you
so.
what do you generally do at the restaurant? Is it just like, is it overseeing everybody? Are you working on financials? Is it a combination of all those
All of it.
things?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a lot of things. I've been focusing on the construction
Okay.
for our new space a lot. Just
Right.
being in that space, watching the works being done properly, and
Attention to all the details that you want.
yeah,
Probably all that.
yep, doorknobs and
Yeah.
making sure that all the equipment's placed right and it's everything.
It's obviously your place is, really, really successful and everything like that. You put your soul into it. I have such the only reason why I want to talk about this a little bit is because I just run into so many people that, you know what I mean? Like they don't understand. I like can't. I'm like, bro, you have to like make this place yours. You have to, get in there and, you know what I'm saying? Like really build this up and do what we were talking about before, the best possible thing you possibly can do. And people don't see it. Like they're just like, no, that's not going to work. And, or what if, everybody leaves or what if the customers don't like it and,
Just have to have conviction. You have to have an idea of what you want to accomplish.
right.
Like, what's the goal here? Is it just to make money?
Well, see, here's the thing though. I know a lot of places that make a lot of money. They're not doing the best thing that they could do in any way. And that's fine. Like the type of person that I'm talking about is the person that like the place hasn't really reached any type of potential in a financial sense, and they're just kind of getting by. You know what I'm saying? It's just kind of like, like. And then I look at guys like you. I look at guys like Mark. I look at, you know what I'm saying, my businesses and a lot of other guys. I wouldn't even put, my pizzerias in that same category, but it seems to be like, the guys that really put their heart and soul into it, not only, and Angelo's I would put with you and Mark, not only do they gain this, kind of media attention and great food, but you also reach like a financial success too, which is really, really important.
It's very important.
It's very important. Like you're not gonna have a restaurant long
Yeah.
if it's not financially successful.
And when it's not financially successful, it's so much more difficult
to do everything
on a
and to
daily
keep
basis.
because
you can't keep staff.
you can't keep staff and listen,
Everybody needs to get paid.
everybody needs to get paid, and it takes the same staff to do 10,000 as it does to do 20,000.
Definitely.
You know what I'm saying? And then to do 20,000, to do 30,000 from 20, I mean, it depends on the operation, but you're talking about like maybe 1.5 people. You know what I'm saying? Like, to get to that. Now, obviously, that's operation dependent. You know what I'm saying? And equipment dependent. You know, there's obvious factors in there, but yeah. I mean, I don't. With the way that the market is and everything, from labor cost to food cost, and you know, just everything, what places cost to run, I don't see like any future in this. You know, the type of slice joints that like I grew up working in, where it's like this little neighborhood slice joint, whether it's in Brooklyn or New Jersey, and this and that, and you know, it's got like, you know, there's few exceptions to the rule with this kind of model, but it's like, you know, they don't have a especially good product. It's dead most of the time. Like, I've walked into a lot of Jersey slice joints where it's just like, you look at like the slices on the counter,
and then you walk out,
that are like 5, 6, 7 hours old, and you're like, what the fuck is this? And there's nothing special at all. And they have these gigantic menus, and you know, you have 25 dishes that like not one of them has any fucks given about it.
Quality.
Yeah, and I honestly don't see it working with anything in any way. Like, you know, I think the future is going to be. I think the future is one of 3 things. If you're opening a pizzeria tomorrow, I think you have to have a much bigger format with a bar involved, and that's going to set off, you know, a lot of that expense. That's going to give you like this extra income to, like, you know what I'm saying, make the quality and do everything you got to do and keep your labor and food percentages are the same way. I think the other way to go is add some type of artisanal bread program in there, because artisanal bread, retail or wholesale, is, I mean, it's something you do once a day. You're cold fermenting, so you don't have to operate by these like midnight to 8 a.m. bakery hours. That's done in a lot of places, and you're doing one bake to put an extra $1,000 plus a day on the table. And
you know, wholesale bread is a completely different business.
Right.
And it's honestly one that I've thought about over the years, but I've realized that it's not for me, because there's no interaction once the product is produced.
There is so our friend Travis that we were talking about from Benchmark, bro, he's got guys banging down his door.
Totally.
Where I wouldn't call this wholesale in a traditional sense. It's more like a small format wholesale. Yeah. Where he's got guys that are, you know, I need 80 heroes a day, and I'll give you $3 a hero. Like, I don't give a fuck.
The market is there.
Yeah.
The demand is definitely there.
And there's restaurants that are taking, you know, I don't know, between 10 and 20 country loaves, and they're willing to pay $5, $6 a loaf for that, which is insane. When I tell guys, my partners at Empire, that, or different wholesale bakers that I know, they're like, no. I'm like, yeah, bro. Yeah. Because the product's there and these guys want it, and they don't care what it costs, because they care so much about their thing. So I think there's like something that could be done as far as that. And I think the third way to do it is, it's like, and I've been telling this to more people than anything, because most of these guys, they're not opening with the oven capacity to run a big operation, that to put the kind of numbers that you need to pay the labor that you do.
That's the big thing. People, when they're opening new businesses, they tend to let their fear dictate a lot of what happens.
Right.
Right. So they'll sign like a 2-year lease or a 5-year lease just to like, what if it doesn't work?
Yes.
What if it doesn't?
It's always that. It's always, what if it doesn't work?
Right.
It's always later. It's always, well, we'll make some money and then we'll buy the right oven later. We'll make some money and we'll buy the coffee machine. We'll make some money and then we'll put the floor that we want in there.
Which there is something to be said for that. But if you are going into a business and you don't sign at least minimum of a 10-year lease, it takes time for you to build your business.
Yes.
And that lease it's just a ticking time bomb. So I wouldn't ever sign anything for less than 20 years.
Right.
Never.
Yeah, we always do 10 with 2 5 or 1 5 option.
That's it. Yeah.
Never anything.
Yeah,
less than that.
or 4 5s. You know, that's totally cool. But as long as
I'll never sign a lease that doesn't have a good guy clause built into it. Period. Mm-hmm. You know what a good guy clause is? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What?
Oh, so it's basically it's saying that, like, listen, if this doesn't work out, like, you're basically on the with a good guy clause. Even if you sign a 20-year lease, it says in there that, all right, after 12 months, if something doesn't work out, if this isn't working out anymore, I have the right to leave free and clear, get out of my obligation. And there's like a time limit. It's like, if I fire the gun on this and put this into play, some people do 30 days, some people do 60 days. But like after that 60 days, it's like that gives you enough time to find a tenant. You know, and these things can be structured in any way. I've never signed a lease in my life without a good guy clause.
Interesting.
Yeah. And I've signed on businesses, 8, 9 leases in my career. Yeah. So
yeah, see, I don't think for me that's necessary, because if I sign a lease, I've already made that commitment. Right. I'm going to make it work no matter what.
Right. It might be like a New York thing more than it is a Jersey thing. I think the reason why there's so it's such a standard part of doing business in New York is because all the laws in New York protect the renter and don't protect the landlord at all. So even if you didn't have a good guy clause in New York, if you went to court and said, like, hey, man.
You'd be out of it.
Yeah, you'd be out of it. The judge would be like, fuck you.
Yeah. Yeah. I tend to not think about what could happen.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, I don't really either. It's just, it's the reason why.
That's what lawyers are for.
Yeah, the reason why I know about that is through my partners and what standard business things are. But yeah, I mean, if I'm going into places, I'm looking at a spot right now. And I have a couple investors, and I have to talk to them, and they're that's what's on their mind all the time is, what if it doesn't work? And I'm like, bro, I'm not even worried about it. Like, it works.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Otherwise, I wouldn't sign the lease.
Right.
Right?
It works. Like,
and there's always extenuating circumstances, of course, but.
Yeah. But I'm not, bro, I'm at a point in my career where I can't run into a problem unless everybady's fucked. Unless like a solar flare knocks out the fucking power grid, like.
But even then, I'm baking with wood.
Yeah, I'll even figure that out. I'll figure that out.
I'll start a fire
too.
on the street corner to bake pizzas.
Fuck yeah! Like, if it was a Great Depression, I can, you know what I mean.
Although
I can
this
figure
box
it out.
shortage is now getting me all nervous.
Yeah, it's just like, if something happened, like, exactly, I can figure it out, and I can run the operation.
It on tinfoil or something.
Yeah. I could do something like,
as long as there's wheat, and a cow somewhere.
I'll go start fucking. I'll go with a reaper over to, what is it, the Meadowlands or whatever. Start taking the grass and fucking taking the seeds, and
we'll figure something out.
Yeah, we'll figure something out, bro. It's like, hey, we did have wheat, so we planted some.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, definitely something, but yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing I run into. Oh, so, okay, the third way, I think, is like, and the first question I'm like, do you know how to make pizza? Well, and when I say make pizza well, I'm already talking to a person who, like, usually who's been in the business, but the real question I'm asking is, like, do you have chops? Like, can you sit at a counter and can you bang out 100, 150 pies by yourself? No problem. If we're talking about New York, can you put 12 pies in the oven before the first one comes out?
Right.
Like, and what's the answer to that question? If the answer to that is no, it's like, are you willing to bust your ass to work towards getting there?
Yeah.
And are you willing to put in the time?
So that's like, what I look for is what we call sense of urgency, right? I can teach you how to load the oven, but I I can't teach you how to innately know that something that needs to be done right there, you go and get it. Go get it done. It's that sense of urgency. Right. That is really difficult to teach people.
Yeah, and that's where you get into this, like, I mean, we talked about it before, where it's like this, you know, I don't care if you know how to make pizza thing. I got to find the guy with that sense of urgency, and that's going to fit within the culture. But I'm talking about a person that's opening a place. I'm not talking about for an employee. Yeah. So it's like, if the answer to those two questions are, all those questions are yes, then it's like, hey, man, you want to open 1,000 square foot location with the cheapest oven you could get and all these different things.
It's not big enough.
You could do that, but how you're going to operate your business is you're open 5 days a week. You're open from 5 to 11. You're making every single pizza, and then it's fine.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I've been telling a lot of people that are already in the business, I'm like, bro, let's look at your numbers. Let's be like honest with each other, because everybody fucking bullshits. Like, I go into places where it's like, and these are friends of mine. I'm not going to like name any names, but it's like they have a really shitty buffalo chicken and barbecue chicken pizza in the counter on the slices, made with all Restaurant Depot shit with no love in it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why is that on your counter? You got to get rid of that. You got to get rid of that for a few reasons. One, it's fucking trash. Two, it's you're literally like putting yourself in a corner where no self-respecting publication or food writer will go within a 10-foot fucking radius of you.
Definitely.
Okay? You're doing that to yourself, and that's no good for fucking business. And the most important thing, well, I don't know, it depends, that's subjective to who you ask, but it's like you're not even making money on this, because if you were, no, if I get rid of that, I got all these customers. And this is when people lie to themselves, because it's like, bro, if this was selling off the shelves, why are you making half pies on par-booked dough? Right. Why are you just making why don't you have 4 of these pies lined up ready to fucking go? If the shelves are all
actually there.
And in that case, it's like the work that you're putting into it, and you're only selling this much, and you're hurting yourself in all these different ways. It's just like, why?
Yeah,
bro, it's time to make a change. But when you do this thing where, like, I mean, labor is obviously one of our biggest factors.
Mm-hmm. Yes, biggest cost by far.
Yeah, it's the biggest cost by far, and labor can dramatically, as a percentage, go up and down completely based on your gross revenue. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if you're going into a place that's kind of on that, I always like, in my kind of places, it's like $30,000. Like in a small place, it's like 30 a week is that number where you can almost do no wrong. You're making fucking like tons of money, and you can fucking like shit the bed on a fucking bunch of things and still make a ton of money.
Yeah, depending on your lease, and if you have a 10,000 square foot shop and you're only doing 30 grand, that's a problem.
Well, here's the other. Well, are we talking numbers or are we talking square foot? Because let's say you paid, just to use round, even, easy to do numbers. Let's say you're paying $5,000 for 2,000 square feet. Mm-hmm. Now you find a 10,000 square foot spot. Is that 5 times more?
It depends.
Is it $25,000 a month?
It depends.
Generally, no. Not in the same area. It doesn't fluctuate like that. If you look at, generally, the bigger you go, the less per square foot you're paying, because people generally now. Of course, there's exceptions to all. Yes.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say,
definitely.
There's exceptions to these rules, but like if you're going into Jersey City, even. Mm-hmm. And, maybe, I think even off of Grove Street or whatever, like if you open 1,000 square foot location, probably going to cost you $3,000 to $5,000, right? Off of the train, off of like Grove Train,
it's like
or whatever.
$50 a square foot.
Right. But if you're going into a 7,000 square foot, the square foot number is going to be
going down.
Now it's, I know
Not
it goes
really.
down a lot in Brooklyn. Like,
Does
even
it?
in, yeah. And I know it does in Jersey
And,
too,
you know,
because I've looked at places like
every
that were
deal is
smaller.
different.
Every deal is different. The point of the thing is that like listen, your rent is a percentage, of it's like you gotta. I look at it as a percentage of my gross, right?
What's
So,
your
like,
number? Percent wise.
So I mean, the business standard number is 10. Right.
10's way too high.
10's way too high,
yeah.
but like if you look at like whatever
yeah.
these books, they say 10, 30, 30. Now in a perfect now I want my
I'm like 5,
want my-
15, 40.
15's what, labor?
Food.
15's
Fuck.
food?
Yeah.
See, I'm the opposite. I got my food.
But you're doing big pies. I'm doing
Exactly.
I'm doing little guys.
Oh, that's why.
That's a big difference.
It's such a big difference.
Big
you don't
difference.
realize it.
Yeah.
It's so just to let everybody out there know.
I'm glad we were on the same page. With
Oh
all
no,
this.
we're I've
yeah.
done, so my partner's like really into all these numbers.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
we figured out this thing where, so have you ever seen a 10 by 12 rectangle Sicilian or grandma?
10 by 12.
Or no,
Okay.
no, it's 12 by 18. I'm sorry.
Okay, rectangle.
12 by 18 rectangle.
Yeah.
They
Do they
come
even
in-
make a box for that?
Yeah.
Do they?
Oh yeah. You never seen that at places? Like a lot of places do.
No,
like
I've
that.
seen the pans.
That rectangle, that rectangle pie. Now, if you do a 16 by 16 inch, for whatever reason, anywhere where I've been, they cost the same amount of money. So if you go to a place that's doing a 16 by 16, or you go to a place that's doing a 12 by 18, it costs the same money at the pizzeria. I've never heard a customer complain and say the rectangle was too small, because it's like some kind of optical illusion. It's like what they do with it's almost like what they do with the cereal boxes at the store. Where like they make them longer but skinnier, and they're saving like 20% in cost. That's why nothing gets more expensive in America. Well, now for the first time in a while is. But if you go like from like the 1980s to like 2015,
We just make it cheaper.
we put less in it
Yeah.
without you realizing it, because nobody's looking at how many ounces of peanut butter or cereal they have. So like when you look at bars of soap, in the 80s, the bar of soap was a square, and now it has this like rectangle, the divot in it, and that divot makes the bar look the same amount or bigger but it's 20% less soap. Or
interesting.
with peanut butter, right? The dimple or jelly, you get the dimple in the bottom. The dimple goes like this. You don't see it. You don't realize it in your head, but really they're making that dimple over the years bigger and bigger and bigger to account for inflation.
Amazing.
And you're getting less peanut butter, but you're still paying the $5 for peanut butter you remember. And that's, I don't know why the fuck, I don't know where I was going with that. Yeah. But anyway, it's
The liquor thing, your point number one, liquor, being such a valuable component of a business. I live in Jersey, where our liquor laws are very outdated.
Yeah,
Getting a liquor
the most
license.
archaic liquor laws ever. And you're in like Jersey City and Hoboken are the easiest and cheapest in
So
Jersey to even.
our liquor laws are based around the township or
Yes,
the city.
yes.
And each city or town is independent of each other.
Yes.
And it's all population based. So
Yes.
a city with a higher population is going to have more liquor license available, more supply. The price tends to go down. Some of the really small towns, like where my first restaurant was, I think there's like 3 or 4 liquor licenses in the entire town.
Yeah.
So prices are
$1 million,
sky high. Yeah.
It's not uncommon anywhere in the suburbs, minus whatever the county that Cape Cod is in, which is like it's a different fucking state almost, because you're spending 3 hours to get there. Like if you live in North or Central Jersey, you're not spending any time that far south. Like that's where guys from Philly go and hang out, and people that live there. There it gets significantly cheaper, but still hundreds of thousands, still $200,000 to $300,000. But anywhere in between those places,
It's
You're
no
talking
matter what,
700, no matter what.
No matter what,
700 to
it's
over
over
$1 million.
$100,000 for a liquor license.
Yeah. I mean, 100,000 compared to what I see in Ocean, 100 in Middlesex.
Yeah.
That's cheap.
Oh, 100,000 is very cheap.
200,000 is very cheap.
Very cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you get a Bergen County liquor license or a Somerset County liquor license for 200,000, bro, you just hit a fucking gold mine because you're going to be able to turn around, throw that on the market, and make 200 to 300 to 400,000 in profit.
Yeah, it's so interesting.
Yeah.
But because I'm from Jersey and my first restaurant didn't have a liquor license, I don't think the pizza business is, I don't think it requires you to sell alcohol.
I'm not saying it requires you to sell alcohol, and let me be like clear about what I'm talking about, because having a liquor license and a bar, just those two things together, does not create the environment where you're all of a sudden you're doing really well.
Right.
When you put a liquor license into a pizzeria or whatever, what you essentially have to do is you're not following pizza rules. You're not following sit-down restaurant rules anymore. You're following successful bar rules first.
Yeah.
And then everything's got to be built around it.
Definitely.
So, Gino, I'll give you a great example, even though it's in New York, but it's still it still matters. So, 310 Bowery and Gino Cerbillo on the Bowery. I don't even know if he's still even open there.
I don't think
so. Okay. Oh no, they probably closed.
I don't know them.
But anyway, Gino 310 Bowery is, it's a bar. That's what it is. It's a nice bar. We actually have like a pizzeria stand in there, but the place was built as a bar. It's a successful bar. It's built by bar guys that know what the fuck to do, the same way that we know how to create successful pizzerias or restaurants. Gino's, the bar in Gino's it's a beautiful bar and a beautiful space. No one's going to Gino Cerbillo's, no one, to sit at that bar and get wasted.
Right.
Okay? To have a successful bar, you need to build a bar that's going to make money. Forget about the restaurant. Now you fold the restaurant into that, and this is where, you know what I'm saying? Because now you're doing, and you have to have a big space. Because think about it, like a bar won't move into, successful bars don't move into, what you would call it, 14-foot frontage spots that are 1,200 square feet or 1,400 square feet long. They would never do it.
Right.
You understand?
Because it doesn't make sense for that business.
Well, because
model.
the bar has to be this big, and then you need booths, and then you need this. It's all the things that the bar needs, like, come with the space. So, and now you're putting a kitchen on top of that. So now you're going into this realm where, like, you building what's a successful bar that you have to put food into too. And you're combining those two things. But if you don't do that the right way, because the bar's got to do 30 and you got to do 30 or more, right? For it to work. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be,
and you're
like
you're running two separate businesses.
You're running two separate businesses. But guess what? I don't have to make the whiskey.
Oh, totally.
I don't have to make the wine.
And that's what I actually don't like about having a liquor license, is that I'm just reselling somebody else's product. And granted, we curate the selection and we choose very specific things to sell, but I'm not making the product. So it doesn't bring me the same level of happiness pouring somebody's glass of wine into your cup as it does me placing a pizza that I worked for 20 fucking years to figure out. And I'm still working really hard every day to make sure that you have a delicious pizza. That brings me so much more happiness than taking somebody else's bottle that they worked really hard on and just pouring it into your glass.
Right. I definitely understand
But from a monetary standpoint,
Yeah.
obviously, you know, a bottle of wine at $50 is going to drive way more revenue to your top
and you
line
didn't have
numbers
to,
than
you popped it, you poured it in a glass
Yeah.
or the whiskey, and you make money. Now,
Definitely.
I hear what you're saying, but I look at it in a completely different way. I look at it as a thing where, like, I'm gonna do that thing on the food side, but listen, I like going to a restaurant and ordering a whiskey.
Hell yeah.
I like going to bars and getting drunk, and that's what the fuck it is. And listen, bro, let's say it takes, I don't know, we're just fucking bullshitting over here, but let's say it takes like 10 people to like go from like 0 to like a pizza is showing up on the counter. Bro,
Yeah.
I can do 30,000 at a bar with fucking two fucking employees because they're
Definitely.
doing nothing.
Definitely.
And like, there's
From
only,
a business standpoint, absolutely.
yeah, from
Without
a
a
business
doubt.
standpoint. And listen, I enjoy like I'm getting old. I can't drink, you know. I mean, I still do it, but like when I'm taking like 4-finger Jack Daniels down like one after the other, I get hurt the next day. You know what I mean? I'm not like a fucking young guy anymore. So I do enjoy, you know, carefully crafted, amazing cocktails, like getting like a, you know, like a bee's knees old fashioned from like a nice cocktail lounge. The other thing that I really, really enjoy is fucking scumbag neighborhood dive bars.
Oh,
like
the best.
the best.
I wish I was the type of person that was okay owning one of those because I would love to own a dive bar.
Right.
But I just can't.
Why?
Because I give a shit about like the graffiti on the wall and the doorknob being like old and rusty. Like I want to make it nice. I want to make it awesome.
Well, it's like nice
have to-
relative to what that is.
You have to fundamentally not give a shit about anything for about 30 years.
Here's
and then
what
you
I'm
have
doing.
an awesome
Anybody
dive
that's
bar.
listened for this long, you're gonna get like some fucking Nino Caniglia business plan over here. So now, how do I like square that shit? I figured it out. So I got a buddy of mine, Cash. Right? He won Whiskey Magazine named him best bartender in America and then best bartender in the world like last year or something. He's got a place called the Haberdasher in San Jose. Now the Haberdasher is you know, very much a 1920s style cocktail speakeasy, like the same thing that you put into every doorknob and every little thing like he put into this place. But he figured out a few different things that like I want to take the dive bar that I really enjoy. Now, here's where it gets crazy. You can't have a dive bar where, you know, the bartender has a bow tie on and is like
Muddling
crushing. Yeah. And like, you know, you can't, and with a fancy glass, like, it's not a dive bar anymore.
Yeah.
And like the whole reason where like people are like, yo, let me get that whiskey shot of the beer. Like that all goes in the garbage. Yeah. Like the problem with all these cocktail lounges is like, especially when they're busy, which the good ones usually constantly are, like you're not getting a cocktail for 20 minutes after you want to order one. Like, cause it's just, there's so much time and like a dance to put it together. What he does over there is, and he figured all this shit out himself and customized all this shit. So like, I like really big ice cubes, right? Yeah. Now, if you want really big ice cubes in your restaurant and you want the ice to be clear, you have to buy a giant bandsaw and you have to buy this other machine that's about the size of a fucking billiards table, not a fucking little, you know, bar pool table, and that creates the block, and then, you know, you basically have like a fucking dedicated staff to fucking like cutting ice. Yeah. Right?
Well, with cocktails, you're doing 4 things, right? You're managing 4 things. You're managing there's 4 things that go into a good cocktail. It's the glassware, the ice, the garnish, and the booze, right? So your ice is one of the 4 main components. You better have good ice.
You have to have good ice. So what did Cash figure out? So what did Cash do? Instead of doing that, what he did was he built a walk-in freezer that is right across from the bar, but with a wood door, antique wood walk-in door, so it like looks
cool,
part of the place. Put up Metro shelves, took those blue Igloo
Coolers.
It's
a good
filled
move.
them up with water, put them in the freezer. Now what happens is there's so much water in it that all the sediment floats to the bottom before it freezes.
And all the gas goes up.
And now you have perfectly clear ice except for, 1/32 of the bottom, which is cut off and turned into crushed ice that you can use to put under fruit or whatever like this. Instead of buying the giant bandsaw because the ice blocks are smaller, he was able to spend only $1,200 on a bandsaw. That's a tabletop one. And then to store the ice, now this is the biggest genius move. I don't even know if I should be saying this.
Bring it.
But so he had, and they look like, when you look at the bar, behind the bar is like, I think it's 3 stacked mini fridges. They look like these little mini fridges. And like, I was like, oh, he just bought a mini fridge and converted it into a freezer. No, that's not what he did, because you can't do that. You can't convert this into a freezer, right? So they're like about this big, and they're perfect squares, and they're used in the medical industry for their medical grade freezers, right? So, and the medical industry uses these mini freezers for whatever the fuck they do. So he bought those that stack up perfectly, fit behind the bar, because he has a bunch of different ice shapes. So, and he knows this kid, he's a fucking army kid who fucking everything is to the T. The amount of work he puts into training staff is like insane. Where like there's 144 cubes of this shape in that one. And like every staff has to know all that shit. And there's 120 of this shape in that one. And the other thing that he did, which would work in a dive bar, so now I got good ice in a dive bar. Now, you said glassware, but I'm a dive bar, so I want really shitty glassware.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I want it has to be trash glassware. That's part of this aesthetic.
Totally.
Now, the other problem is I can't be shaking things.
No, you can't shake anything in a dive bar.
So what he did was he batches and puts all of his things in a custom kegs for tap. And it's some of the best old fashions of whiskey sours in Moscow.
He does the cocktails in kegs. That's
in
awesome.
kegs, and he has like a whole custom system where like, because they will pressurize after 24 hours naturally, but in like an emergency, he's got nitrous and CO2 pressurizers in the fridge. That's just like,
that's cool.
With instructions like 3 seconds to pressurize to this many PSI or whatever the fuck it is. And now all of a sudden, I could grab a cocktail at my favorite dive bar without changing the environment or the aesthetic or the feeling of being in said dive bar. Because essentially, as long as it's in the same glass, and even though it's got the big cube, what's the difference between that look and the look of a whiskey neat in that thing?
Right.
Not much.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then, you fucking figure it out from there. But it's like my idea is I'm building a bar to put resources, and to also there's also a big thing where it's like, hey man, you want it, like, we're going out to meet with a bunch of people, don't you want to have some drinks?
Oh, hell yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's really, that's a huge deciding factor
for a lot of people,
for a lot of people on where they're going to choose to go in general. I mean, and hey, bro, like, while we're at it, let's look at TGI Fridays and Applebee's and Outback Steakhouse and Longhorn and an Olive Garden and every single other one of those places.
They know what they're doing.
Vertical.
Yeah, they know what they're doing.
Go find me a fucking Olive Garden in New Jersey without a fucking like 250 parking spots or whatever the fuck it is, and this and that. You can't.
Yeah.
Because they know what the fuck they're doing. Now, what's the problem in that vertical? I'll tell you what the problem is. They have zero social currency in today's world. No one is fucking taking, even if they love TGI Fridays, right? Nobody's fucking taking a picture for everybody to see across a water cooler come Monday and bragging about the fact that they're hanging out at TGI Fridays.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Where you open up like a really amazing place that has like, you know, transports you into like whatever you want with food and this and that and has a big name. Bro, you're taking fucking 20 pictures in that place and sending it out there because you're like, hey, I was here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Somebody goes to Razza or Lucali's, they're like, yo, we're at Razza. What's good? Like, we're living our best fucking lives or whatever the fuck is thought these days.
And it's up to the operator to figure out what's important to them.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
it has to be important to you, too, because if it's not important to you, it doesn't.
Then you're going to be miserable.
Yeah. You're going to be miserable. And by extension of that, your
whole team's
going to
fucking
thing else miserable.
Exactly, because that's the worst.
Yeah.
It all starts at the top.
Oh, 100%.
And if leadership and your management is not fully invested and really happy to be there, how can you expect the dishwasher to do a good job?
100%. And listen, that's my idea because I really value this. You could make like a cocktail bar, you know what I'm saying, that builds a name for itself and has a guy behind it and make money on that too. It might be less money, but if that's where your real passion lies, you could go down that thing.
Absolutely.
But then the rule is you have to, whether they're drinking fancy cocktails and your labor costs more, or you're doing what I did, or something else complete, or it's a sports bar concept, whatever it is, it has to be true to itself. It has to be true to you. And it has to be somewhere that people constantly want to be and drink.
Definitely.
And this and that. And listen, like I said, there's 3 ways to go. And with all that said, you know what I mean? Bro, you could go 20 other different ways as long as it works.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
As long as everybody's getting paid.
Yeah.
From your dishwasher to you, you know?
And listen, you're not...
Who's anybody to tell you you're doing it the wrong way?
No, there is no wrong way. The only wrong way is when you're miserable.
Yep.
You can't show up to work. You can't pay your staff. You're going to go other business. That's the wrong way.
That's the wrong way.
That's the wrong way, period. Now, and listen, unfortunately, and bro, I've seen, you know, I mean, I'm sure you have too. Like there's guys, hundreds, thousands of stories of guys that are really passionate and know what they're doing on one side. And, you know, for whatever myriad of reasons, whether they're, you know, overspending on food cost or labor to accomplish this thing they want, they fall on their face.
Listen, I almost was that person.
Really?
Yeah. First 4 years of Razza were awful. Staff wasn't getting paid, so they would constantly leave. We had this revolving door, and it was just not. I wasn't happy, so the staff wasn't happy.
Right.
Nobody was making any money.
And were you doing like
same fucking pizza?
The same exact pizza.
I mean, just obviously, as good.
Okay.
If not better.
Okay. And
it could, because it's not just about the food. Nobody was coming in.
It's not just about the food.
We were, in the wintertime, we were doing 30 people a night. 30 people a night? Like, you can't.
No.
At pizza's price point, you cannot pay your bills at 30 people a night.
Yeah, no, definitely not. I mean, you're also one of the, like, huge exceptions to the rule as far as, like, Il Forno di Legno wood-fired pizza, because that's becoming a really dying fucking thing. Like,
oh, there's nothing like it, though.
I get it, but I'm saying...
And not just from the eating standpoint, because I think... So, we just put an electric oven in next door, and I'm looking forward to being able to do the same pizza side by side for you. One out of the electric oven, one out of the wood-fired oven.
I'm not saying anything for or against wood-fired pizza. I'm saying that
the entire industry is going away from it because it's fucking hard. It's difficult to manage.
Well, most of the places are trying to do some version of a VPN, and I've driven around this country a bunch of times in the past 5 years, and bro, you could be in the fucking middle of fucking nowhere in any state in America, and there's a wood, no, not necessarily a VPN, but there is a wood-fired pizza joint.
Yeah.
Okay, you can't find a great New York style pizza almost anywhere, like south of the Mason-Dixon and west of Chicago.
Yeah, don't get me wrong.
So that's where,
I love wood-fired pizza.
Yeah, so that's where everybody's going towards, and like, listen, there's exceptions to the rule, but like, look at like even these like Neapolitan places that just do pizza. Like, you have the Song in Napoli is an exception. Una Pizza Napolitana is an exception. But like, how many of these other spots are really doing the fucking numbers? And most of them, you take out their kitchen or their bar, and it's that's it. And it's they're not making a product that's connecting with the audience. You know what I mean?
That's the problem.
That's the problem. And it takes so much and it takes, a lot of nuance to be able to bring it there.
It's all nuance. Yeah. And that's hard to teach your staff.
Right. 100%.
That's one of the things that
you got to put yourself in there and be obsessed and have that mentality, which we talked about it before, but it's really, really, really a rare thing. Yeah. Like to have the humbleness and the humility to be like, bro, I have 20 million miles to go to be the best that I possibly be. And it's like, I'm probably never going to get there. Where most people out there mentality is they're the fucking best. Yeah. And no one can tell them different. And it's everybody else's fucking fault. Like, bro, I mean, if we do a tour of pizzerias anywhere, like, and it's places no one's ever heard of, it's, hey, what do you think about your pizza? Oh, my pizza's the best. Yeah. Really? Your pizza's the best? Yeah, it's all I've won 10 world championships, and I don't think my pizzas are the best. So it's like, I mean, that's the biggest step that you got to take, is you got to have the humility to be like, okay, I am going to fucking kill myself to make this fucking thing perfect and put in the work and really do anything. And obviously, like, you have, you know what I'm saying?
Still doing it.
And you're still doing it. And that journey's going to never end. But it's like, that's what's got to be put in. And it's like that other style, like that third way, where, you open 5 hours a day and, you just, you put it out there. You can have a family life with that. Yeah. You can enjoy your time, and it's just like, you don't have to make $20,000 or $30,000 a week to make a comfortable living at that point. You know what I'm saying? But you do have to go into work 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. Yes. Like anybody else. You know what I'm saying? And there's no, like, as soon as you're not doing that and you don't have a different stream of income, the whole model falls apart. Yeah, because you're more self-employed, like a doctor or a lawyer, than a business owner. That's exactly what you are. You're not like a restaurant owner with a giant staff that's trying to expand into different things at that point, or trying to run, some 250 seat operation. You know what I mean? What you are at that point is, but that being said, when somebody tells me, listen, I want to be in this business, I'm going into this business, but my place is 800 square feet, and I can only afford 2 used Baker Pride ovens. Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, listen, if it's all you can afford, it's better than not doing it. Yeah, right? It's better than getting a food truck. Yeah. And there's also no going to Restaurant Depot and buying frozen buffalo wings. It's the worst. If that's your plan, you know what I mean? It's not going to be good. I hope they're not a sponsor on here. No. Restaurant Depot doesn't sponsor. Worst. No, except for paper goods. You can get good price on paper goods. You get good prices on paper goods. There's what do you got? Oh yeah. There you go. Fucking thinking on the spot.
Sorry to interrupt this conversation.
You're fine. The one over here in Gowanus has like some semblance of like usable things. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll have
Right, a bag
Grana
of flour.
Padano.
Yeah.
No, they'll have like they'll have
yeah.
DOP, Grana Padano, Parmesan Reggiano, the most basic version of that product.
Definitely.
But still not like some Argentinian or domestic piece of plastic.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
That's
it's
the
not,
worst.
It's not a 36-month age Vecchio Rosso,
Of course.
Parmesan Reggiano.
But it'll
that
do the job.
But yeah, it's a 18 to 24 month DOP certified.
Yeah, you really, if you go to Restaurant Depot, you have to really cherry pick.
Yeah.
Like dry goods, that's totally cool.
To me, it's too much time. It's like, even if you're saving money, when you combine that with the time that you spent and the gas and the tolls and whatever the fuck else you can fucking finance into that thing, I don't know how you're fucking saving anything. You know what I mean? Unless you don't value your time. Unless you're like, well, I'm willing to throw my 2 hours away for free to save X amount of Then no, it's like you know, it is what it is. So we never got past the butter as in regards to your menu. we never. We were
You're
like,
right.
So what can you expect from Razza Pizza? And
Butter.
We never got past butter. We know a lot about butter. I love super
We have
excited.
pizza and we have
We
butter.
never get past a butter that's not on the menu. We didn't even get to the menu yet. I'm glad it's coming though.
Man.
We'll definitely put out like a hot slices clip talking about the butter when you supply the butter on your menu, so everybody can run
it's
in.
coming in like 2 weeks.
It's coming in like 2 weeks. So.
All right, so we have meatballs.
Meatballs.
All right, you want to hear the story of the meatballs?
I want to hear all the fucking stories.
I mean, I could tell you a half-hour story about how we came to the meatballs.
You could tell
I had
me.
this meatball epiphany in. I was in Parma and had this fucking amazing plate of meatballs. Years later, we're making meatballs. So we actually we work with a farmer out in Bernardsville, which is near Morristown.
Yeah, I know Bernardsville.
Yeah, he grows the pigs for it, raises the pigs for us.
Okay.
We also use beef, and we actually take our day-old bread that we baked in the wood-fired oven that we spoke about.
Wait, you just said you just use beef.
Beef and pork, 50-50.
Oh, beef and pork.
Yeah. We take our day-old bread that we baked in the wood-fired oven that we spoke about. When we make the butter, the byproduct of the butter-making process is
Buttermilk.
buttermilk.
Yeah.
So we soak the day-old bread in the buttermilk, and that's our panade. That's what we incorporate into the meat to lighten them up.
Okay.
And they're the lightest, airiest, most tender meatballs you'll ever have.
So I won a meatball competition in Brooklyn a few years back. I felt bad after competing because I thought it was going to be like a bunch of restaurants were involved. It was like put on by the church, and it was like I ended up beating like a 12-year-old girl and like 25 Italian grandmothers, which like the 25 I actually gave like the 12-year-old who came in second place, who, you know, I gave her, it was like, I think the prize was like a $250 gift certificate to Italy. And so I gave it to the girl. I was just like, yeah. But I do 50 beef, 25 pork, 25 veal, but I use milk or I use heavy cream instead of buttermilk, but day old bread cooked, very, very similar process. And then you put do you put any garlic or anything else?
No garlic. We do an egg, obviously, and some Parmigiano, salt and pepper.
And then
a little bit of
cook
onion.
those in the wood?
So that's the way that we lower the oven temperature before we bake bread.
So you're cooking at like 625, getting that lower. Right. Cool.
Yeah, so
cool.
we're roasting in the wood-fired oven, but not necessarily with a live fire.
Yeah,
it might be just the residual heat.
Yes. Yeah. Correct.
And then they get braised in a little bit of tomato sauce.
There you go. What I mean, I think that's a good way. Like, I've done wood-fired meatballs before. I think it's a cool way to do things because
for us, it's the only way because we don't have we don't have a convection oven. We don't have any other real heat
Yeah.
source. So
Well,
it just makes
convection
sense for
oven,
us.
You can't get that hot, number one.
And that's okay. They can bake perfectly fine at lower temperatures too.
You don't think that, like, with the combination of the braise, that, like, you know, cooking it at a higher temperature so that it's still, you know, it's a little raw so that it comes to that perfect temp on
No.
the inside? You don't think that matters at
Now,
all?
when they come out of the wood-fired oven, they're fully cooked.
Yeah.
Like, we temp them with a thermometer.
Okay.
To make sure they're fully, at least the meat's completely cooked.
Okay. But you don't get, I would think, I'm just like thinking out loud over here.
They're not picking up smoke. They're getting a little crusty on the outside.
Yeah,
but-
I would. Well, smoke. Forget about smoke.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm not one of those.
Although we did start putting some wood chips into our oven for specific purposes. Like we just started smoking our own ricotta cheese,
Okay.
which is really interesting. So we'll put ricotta cheese in a big cheese basket, put it in the walk-in overnight to let it really drain out, get rid of some of that excess moisture, and then we'll put a little smoldering fire with some wood chips, close the oven door, and smoke the ricotta cheese. It's freaking awesome.
That sounds
It's
fucking
really
dope.
good.
But like the Maillard, like so, like you could temp a piece of meat, and let's say I don't know, your temp's 140 or whatever, it's 130. If you cook it at 400 degrees, you know what I'm saying, to get to 140, you're not going to get the Maillard reaction on the outside that you would get.
You'll get it. It'll just be slower, and you might.
Wouldn't you go over the temp, cooking it slower
No,
before
really,
you
no.
went to the Maillard? Oh, okay.
No, it gets crusty.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
so.
yeah, the higher temperature
And then you're just serving that with tomato sauce or
and
stracciatella,
ricotta.
ricotta.
Yeah.
Smoked ricotta.
No,
No. What's the smoked ricotta for?
salad.
Salad.
Yeah,
Salad with smoked ricotta. Cold
fucking
smoked
banging.
ricotta.
Banging.
That sounds fucking banging as
Yeah.
fuck. All right. What else? What are we doing at Razza?
What else? So that was the meatballs. A couple salads.
Okay.
Yeah, 3-4 salads, based on whatever's in season at that moment.
So do you go to the farmer's market and just figure out what the fuck you want to do as far as that for like 2 months at a time or something like
Yeah,
that?
so in the summertime we'll use the farmers markets a little bit more because right now there are no farmers markets open in
Right,
New
yeah,
Jersey.
it's too
That's
cold.
why I'm always jealous about people who own restaurants in California, Oregon, and Washington State. You got 12 months of agriculture. But here in New Jersey, we have like 6 months of agriculture.
Yeah.
So
What about all those grows that are popping up that are doing like the indoor stuff?
yeah, so we do a little bit of hydroponic greenery.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the year, our basils come in hydroponic.
Right.
But for salads, you know, it's dark leafy greens. We'll rely on root vegetables a lot. So right now we have a beet salad. Next couple of weeks, we'll do something with potatoes, carrots, all the storage vegetables. So they were harvested in October, November.
Sure.
And then
they got to cure.
Yeah.
They got to cure it. You can't eat potatoes out of the ground. I mean, you can,
new
but
potatoes, man. Freshly dug potatoes are fucking amazing. The
Just
skin's so thin and they're
Yeah.
like so moist and texture and flavors are phenomenal. I love fresh.
Yeah, I guess for a salad, it would. When I'm thinking of like a fresh tomato, potato, I'm like,
yeah.
how do I do a hash brown with that?
But
It's a
am I
fucking
making
disaster.
gnocchi with it? No. Am I making
Right.
mashed potatoes with
Yeah.
it? No.
All
I'm
right,
just appreciating it for that.
For what it is,
Exactly.
you know what I mean? I'm gonna, blanch it or whatever,
Exactly.
combine it with the flavors that I want. I get those textures.
Yeah.
It has the right moisture content. Yeah, there's a way
Exactly.
to use everything for everything.
Yeah, and in the summer we have an heirloom tomato salad, but we're only serving that for 6 to 8 weeks when tomatoes are at their peak season. Mm-hmm. And then once the tomatoes are done for the year, we're done serving fresh tomatoes in the restaurant. We move on to something else that we do have, like Brussels sprouts and broccoli and cauliflower, and I love vegetables.
Pull up. See if is there a Razza menu up here on the
Maybe.
internet? Yeah, pull up
Maybe.
a Razza menu. So are the
Oh, yeah, that was
pizzas
it.
constantly changing?
Okay, so most of our pizzas are standards. When we look to create a new pizza, we're always shooting to create a standard that can be on the menu year-round.
Right.
But I'd say right now it's probably a little on the lower side. Like Jersey Margarita, it changes throughout the year. The Di Natale is a standard that's always on our menu. It's based on a pasta dish that I had on Mount Vesuvius a few years ago. It's a pasta dish they only do around Christmas time because it's the only thing that was available, like cured olives, dried fruit like raisins and nuts.
Yeah, the raisins and pine nuts is very
so
Sicilian-y.
good.
Like, I see that a lot in Sicily.
Yeah, because it makes sense.
They throw raisins and pine nuts in their fucking meatballs in Sicily.
Yeah. The cavallini is seasonal, so it's the Brussels sprouts, melted anchovies. The cavallini just came on the menu, and it's going to go off the menu probably in another week or two, and we'll move on to something else, more root vegetable, like probably a potato pizza. Pepperoni's never coming off the menu. It's a standard.
Yeah.
Same thing with Santo, which is sausage. So you can see our seasonals right now are a little lacking because that's what's available. There's not much available seasonally in New Jersey in the wintertime.
But
Fungis.
like in the summer, let's say you went somewhere, are you like developing that menu like before the summer even starts, or are you like just like, okay, we're doing this week, we're gonna add that on there?
Yeah, so we look at what's available at the farmers markets, and we have direct relationships with specific farms for specific items.
So you know what they're gonna grow.
Yeah.
And then you can talk to them about maybe
Exactly.
what else they're doing while they're seeding. So now
Exactly.
you can make your plan for
Exactly, but we also have relationships with basically intermediaries, a guy with a van who drives around to all the farms in New Jersey, a guy with a truck in Pennsylvania, and he drives to all the farms in Pennsylvania. So he's got that or she has that direct relationship with the farm or multiple farms, and then they let us know via email what's on their list for that week. So we can see as the season progresses, the first week of zucchini, are we going to put the zucchini on the menu? Probably not. The price is really high, and the availability is very low. So we wait until it's in the peak of season where the flavors are just bursting, and that's when the zucchini pizza goes on the menu. Things like that. So we're not tied to, we change our menu 4 times a year where everything comes off from winter and everything goes on for spring. It's on a week-by-week flow with the season.
Okay.
So
and
one
are you
comes
gonna
off,
throw
one goes
that on here as that weeks are coming,
Yeah,
or are you just gonna
absolutely.
tell people as they come in, like, hey, we got a special?
No. Everything goes on the menu. Yeah, because
Okay.
this is the online ordering platform that we use.
So you're just
So this is what's available today.
right. So, and can you do you deliver it all?
Uber Eats.
Uber
exclusive.
Eats. Okay. Exclusive with Uber Eats.
Yeah.
And then that's
It's all of our beverage menu.
yeah.
Oh, look at that. The
Oh,
Joy
look at
of
that.
Pizza
Joy
book.
of Pizza book. Wait, click on that. See if we can buy it. Say add to cart. See if it tells us we can't.
You can, but you're going to have to pick it up.
So, what was I gonna say? Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it like off camera before, but like, I mean, one of the things I've been thinking about for forever, and I'm getting close to, maybe executing something like this in a real way, is like, how much shit can I grow myself somewhere, and like what system? Like, have you ever thought about that? Like, what could
Massively.
could you do? Like, I've always been thinking, like, at least garlic or basil, like, and the basil, like, even
Basil's
on a
tough.
rooftop. Really?
Basil's
You
tough.
have a hard time with basil? Why?
Yeah, so we have very humid and moist summers. And basil has a lot of fungal diseases that can take the entire plant down.
Right.
That's why indoor basil is really great, because you don't have to worry about the fungal diseases. But the flavors of field grown in soil basil are by far superior to anything grown hydroponically or indoors.
So I've been planting basil my whole life, and I don't I've never had like huge success. Either I've had things where like it looks like the basil will get burnt because it's like too much sun, which I think is not that. I think it was for a different reason. And I've had other things where like plants would go down or they would grow too tall and this and that. But I've been really doing shit the past 3 years in my backyard where I've had huge successes. And one of the things that like I attribute the successes to is just like, you know, creating these, you know, I've been, you know, I look at like square foot gardening book and I use some of those techniques. Everything that I do is in raised container beds. But now, over the years, besides like doing my own compost and vermicompost, which is like, I'm not like when you go to the Home Depot and you buy compost, or even if you spend like $10 for a 5-pound bag from like an organic worm compost thing, that stuff is being done at a industrial scale, which means that they're finding 1 to 3 products that they can buy truckloads of for their green. They're finding 1 to 3 products that they can buy truckloads of for their brown, and then they're creating a product based off of that.
Yeah.
Where like,
which is fine, but
where I could go, I'll go around with my car and like call up fucking Sally from fucking Joe and John's Pizza, and I have like cans that I drop like big garbage things that I drop off, and I'm like, yo, I want all your scrap, all your egg shells, all your basil and parsley scrap, all your eggplant skins. You know what I mean? For a week. Plus, I'm doing that out of my house. Plus, I'm picking up coffee grinds from here. So it's a diverse thing. But on top of that, I'm adding, I'm buying volcanic and glacier rock dust. I'm getting humic acid. Like, I'm doing the vermicomposting. Like, since I started doing all that, bro, I could put fucking shit anywhere. And the only thing I got to worry about is these fucking jerk-off fucking bugs once in a while. You ever hear of a squash vine burrow moth?
What's that?
Squash vine burrow moth? Fucking pull that shit up. You want to see a fucking the bane of my fucking life. So they attack cucumber, anything in the squash family, basically. So and I believe melons too.
Yeah,
so
it's all in the same
zucchini, melon, cucumber, squash vine burrow moth.
You really want to grow your own?
Okay. Huh?
You really want to grow all your own stuff?
Oh, yeah. Well, I did 120 pounds of food in my backyard this summer. And, yeah, so look at this fucker. So this is a moth. It's the only moth that flies during the day, and he's fucking quick. He also, the reason, now, he looks like a predator bug that could bite you or something. The reason why they look like that is it's like an evolutionary tactic to keep actual wasps and predatory bugs away from them.
Nice.
They can't sting or whatever. But basically what they do is, see the grubs on the left side? So they lay eggs underneath the leaves, and when those eggs hatch, then they when the eggs hatch, then the grubs come and they go into the vine.
So you just got to go in the middle of the night, pick each one off, and drown them in some bleach water.
Well, so yeah, that's what you. Yeah, so I have the I have UV lights, so I go out at night with UV lights, and then I could get the green horned caterpillar things, the tomato ones off of my tomatoes. So those motherfuckers blend in the tomatoes. You can't see them at night. And then you got to go under each leaf and see if the eggs are there, because once the eggs hatch, it's a fucking pain in the ass. Because I don't use any natural pesticides and this and that. So it's like, like basil. I mean, I'm taking over a roof in New Jersey soon for a new project I'm doing. I'm definitely like filling it up with basil. Garlic's cool as fuck.
Yeah, garlic's good because you plant it once and then you harvest it once.
Yeah, that's it. It's fucking easy.
It's great. And it's a good value.
But like
you can charge $8 to $10 a pound for basil for garlic.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I just want to grow it for me, bro.
Yeah.
Like, I just want to use my own garlic or use basil and figure it out.
How do you feel about milling your own wheat for your pizza?
I feel like I would like to do that eventually, but as an additive, not as 100%. You know what I mean?
Definitely as an additive.
Because there's too much variables. There's such like baking is such a science, and once you start going into like over 25% of some like locally hand milled wheat, you start getting into an issue where like you're gonna have a different product every week.
Every time, every batch is gonna be different.
Every single batch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now we're not talking about for pasta. Like for pasta making, freshly milled flour is great.
Okay.
If you're not fermenting it, not an issue.
Right. I never thought about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fermentation that it becomes a little bit more difficult because fermentation, especially for bread and pizza, it's not just the starch that you're worried about. It's the protein quality and the protein quantity.
Right.
And from batch to batch, it can be rather difficult.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I always feel like milling flour and growing your own vegetables, while I like to dabble from a professional standpoint, I like to develop relationships with the people who that's their specialty.
Yeah.
And they really dig deep into their science and art and produce something that's consistent, reliable, and super high quality. So I like to know my millers. I like to know my farmers.
Absolutely.
But I just dabble. And I dabble because I like to...
Well, is it dabbling where it starts anyway? Like the way my brain is working is, and I've been dabbling for a while now.
I like dabbling in a lot of things.
Yeah.
But what sticks is what I like.
Right. So like, yeah, I'm never like, I want to grow zucchini and tomatoes and everything for my family and my little homestead.
Yeah.
That goes without question. We've been doing that. Like my mom did that. My grandparents did that. Everybody in the Italian community does that. Like that is natural. But then what I guess what I'm talking about is, can I figure out can I get some property and figure out how to just do basil?
Yeah.
Or just do garlic?
That's why I've been gun shy about pulling the trigger on buying a 10-acre property.
Right.
Because I don't want to buy a 10-acre property to dabble.
Right.
I want to buy a 10-acre property because I know I can do something with it and I can
it's got to be able to pay for itself at least. Or you got to be like rich beyond
we're not in that.
You got to be able to I got $1 million sitting here that I don't care about.
Yeah. We're not
I got $1 million sitting around that no,
I'm just going to dabble in basil growing.
Yeah, I got $1 million sitting here that I don't give a fuck, and then you can do whatever you want. But I'm not. I think I figured out a solution to that. I don't know. I guess I could talk about it. It's late in the thing. Yeah, I mean, I was talking about it before, where I think fuck, you want to do the farm. I've been thinking about this for many, many, many years, but you where I stop. Where I get the roadblock is I'm not going to be able to sell these fucking cows legally to fucking restaurants and this and that without paying this much and break down the fucking costs and do everything. And the numbers don't make sense when you combine that with the amount of sheer labor and work that you're going to have to pour into that. And it's I can't do both things. But now what I've been thinking is I'm going to grow the cow. I'm going to grow the pig. I'm gonna turn that motherfucker. I'm not bringing the pig to a slaughterhouse.
We're gonna have a party.
I'm gonna turn that pig into fucking prosciutto, and I'm gonna have a fucking party.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And everybody's gonna throw down to come to that fucking party.
Yeah.
Or if I'm milking a cow, I'm gonna fucking call you and Chris Calabrese and fucking Travis and be like, yo, you guys want to come over and milk some cows and figure out how to make cheese? Yeah. And then once we figure that out, it's like, hey, I'm inviting 100 people. Yeah. I'm inviting those people. Like, let's invite 200 people down, charge them $250 a head, and have a fucking cheese party. You know what I mean? And you do that fucking 5 or 10 times, and like your mortgage plus a giant check to your principal, plus your taxes, plus your electric and gas and overhead is already paid.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
For me, it's the day-to-day that scares me, is that animal doesn't raise itself. You have to make sure that it's healthy, that it's well fed, well taken care of. If it gets sick, you got to...
There's a solution to this. And these people are around. You just got to fucking find them. You got to find the person. I got one of my boys who I actually met through Calabrese, who this kid lives on like an estate with a market garden right now. And he has this other business where he builds organic farms for, rich people in the tri-state area, where it's like you got somebody who's got like a multi-million-dollar compound and they're, they don't have time, but they want to have...
Yeah, so they manage your garden.
Up.
Set it up and manage your garden.
He sets it up so it's just like it works, and then it'll work with them. So he's making a living off of that, right? You can have like a hippie girl who makes essential oils and teaches yoga, and they're already into this shit, and they know how to do something. So then you say, when you buy the fucking house on the farm, you find that person and you say,
go live there.
You get to live there for free and operate your yoga studio and what you do and you don't have to pay any rent and you don't have to do anything, but I need 20 hours out of you. I got to a point years ago, and this is probably 10 years ago, where I started driving around PA and stopping at these little, kind of homestead style farms where like they have, maybe 2 acres of something plus a bunch of animals. You know what I mean? And I was literally knocking on people's doors and like, hey, my name's Dino, like cold knocking, like no email, there was no way to do that anyway. And I'm just like, hey, my name's Dino, not trying to be weird or anything, but like, I kind of want to start a farm and or a homestead style farm. And I was like looking for any advice and this and that. And like every single person I talked to was just like, I'm like, so do you feel like it's like a lot of work for you? And it's like, oh yeah, it's a ton of work. And I'm like, how many hours a week of work you think it is? And it's like, and all these people, the one thing they all had in common universally is they were all had a job, whether it was whether the one lady was a teacher, another guy worked for like the gas company in the area, like they all had like full-time jobs. So I was like, what do you think you put into this a week? And we're not talking about little things, we're talking about maybe like 30-40 animals average.
It's a lot.
And the properties I would say were all between like 7 and 20 acres. And they had their they would generally all have like a fenced out area that was just them, and then be growing some type of like high end, like sustainable cash crop of something, whether it was like garlic or something that they would bring to the farmers market. But when I asked them how much time they had to put in a week, it was always between 10 and 20 hours. And I was like, oh, and I didn't, I wasn't like, that's fucking nothing. What are you talking about? Because that's what I was thinking. But they were like, when somebody says, in my mind, when somebody says like, oh, bro, it's a fucking hustle, man. You really got to put your hours. You really got
especially with animals, because if you don't put the time in, they get sick. They die.
Right.
I could never. Like vegetables, if you don't put the time in, then they rot.
Well, what's that guy?
Not a big deal.
And I know this is a big operation. I know he puts lot of work into it, but he's a big operation. What's his name? Joel Salas, Polyface Farm. Joel Salison. What? Are you fucking kidding me? The
Nope.
guy from Food Inc.
Oh, yeah, I don't watch TV.
It's not. Pull up Polyface Farm. Are you fucking out of your fucking mind? Joe Salison.
I work a lot.
I'm probably saying his name wrong. He's like the fucking king of this sustainable, completely, circle of life farm culture that's been popping up all over the place.
It's not popping up. It's the way it always has been done.
Right, but here's the difference. 30 years ago.
You're in Brooklyn and you're just learning about this?
No, but I'm saying like 200. No, I've known about this. No, but I'm saying 200 years ago, you had zero technology, and you had like you didn't have a fucking tractor, so all this shit was hard, like a lot harder than it is now. Where's the Polyface?
It's here.
Oh yeah,
Polyface.
Loaded. We don't have the mesh right now.
So look, now they're doing education and tours, and they're making like tons of money off of it because like this guy's famous and shit. But yeah,
Where are they?
They're in Maryland.
Nice.
But he does like the chickens. They're like free range and they eat the bugs.
Yeah, it's
and the pigs. They have
a whole cycle.
They have the pigs. Like they'll have the pens where they can get hooked up to like a 4-wheeler or a tractor, so they drag it across the field. So like the pigs eat after they like harvest, or they shit where they want, and the same thing with the cows. And then you know what I'm saying, there's all these like beneficial insect techniques and different kind of farming techniques where like everything goes into everything, and the leftover of the crop feeds the cows and the pigs and the chickens, and their fertilizer fertilizes everything, and it's just like they get to a point where they don't have to bring everything in. We've in the past 3 years we've released over 15,000 ladybugs, over 10,000 green lacewings. I don't even know how many fly exterminators. And bro, last year I like overkilled it with the praying mantises last year. I did 4,000 praying mantis nymphs I hatched last year. So it's like there's all kinds of stuff like that too. Like you go to like and now here's the beautiful thing about now. Like think about even 15 years ago, where would you even go to buy anything like that? Or like now you go on the internet.
And you can buy worms.
I could buy worms. I could buy praying mantis. I could buy any and all kind of like beneficial pest insect. And there's hundreds of them that you like. A fly exterminator is a type of insect that kills flies. It like lays their eggs in the fucking fly eggs and no more flies. You know what I mean?
Amazing.
Oh, look at this.
How do we make the change? If you really are passionate about this, the first step is up to you, and the second step can only come after you've taken the first step.
Today's radicals are tomorrow's conservatives.
All right,
We've
all
come
right.
here.
We don't have time to watch
So what's
like
the first step?
Huh?
What's the first step?
I don't know.
Now you got me intrigued. Now I got to watch it.
All right. Wait, how long is
Not
it?
now. No.
Wait,
I'll
how
watch
long
at
is
home.
it?
I'll watch it at my own time.
Yeah, it's 10 minutes. Here, see if there's any like just quick farm pictures. No.
Yeah, it's all good. I'll find it.
Yeah, I'm saying like where you actually see. Yeah, click
It's just
that.
so beautiful. Don't you want to keep our
It's all with a
land
symbiotic relation.
open
Do
and
you see
beautiful?
that? You had a hoop house of wheat.
You've got cows that are eating grass. You've got chickens that follow them and scratch through their manure eating bugs. Then you've got turkeys following them eating bugs. You go up into the forest and you've got
That's
pigs.
the thing. It has to be
You
integrated.
come
all of
down
it.
and you've got
Everything,
people
yeah,
buying
everything has to be
directly off the
integrated.
farmer. And then you've got all these young people who are learning off masters.
Farmers around began to see and realize that we were
doing things a little differently than they
look at all the pigs. But now, see, this is the way I'm thinking, though. It's like, okay, I need to have everything.
Or just goats.
No, because it doesn't work with just goats.
It does work with just goats.
It does work with just goats?
They shit a lot, and they eat everything.
And they eat so they keep the grass down and everything. Yeah, but then we could like set up a walk-in fridge and age a bunch of the beef and throw a party. And it's like, instead of me looking at it traditionally where it's like, okay, I have to integrate this with my business, like 100%, where like now I have a business that's selling all this stuff. It's like,
dude,
no.
I just wish we lived in a place where the price of land wasn't so prohibitive.
Yeah.
Like, you're talking about spending $500,000 minimum on 10 acres of property.
But if we could do, listen to the, even on the,
it's so expensive.
It is expensive, and I mean, but you can't do anything about that because your choices are move to North Carolina, and then that's where you're at.
Yeah,
and it's
that's
still
the problem.
But if you charge like $250 a head, you have I don't know, 200 people, or let's call it 100 people.
Just the stakes are so high that you
do that 10 times a year.
The stakes are so high.
You do that 10 times a year. Yep. And listen, bro, I've been a criminal my whole life. So, listen, I got no problem with, I'll set up a meat agent fridge and, like, I'll be going around like my boy from fucking Ends Meat used to do with the charcuterie.
Yeah.
So, you ever hear of Ends Meat?
No.
Oh, you'd be into
Where's
them.
that?
So, my boy John, they're in Brooklyn. They're in the Essex market now. But how John started, so years ago, I was in the pizzeria, and a partner comes up to me. He's like, hey, I got a friend that does charcuterie. And, I was like, well, what do you mean? What's he make? He's like, I don't know. He makes like everything. He makes like pancetta and culatello and prosciutto and all this different things. He's like, could we buy anything off of him? And I was like,
Alex Bang.
Yeah, bro. Because back then we were using prosciutto and all different things. And I was like, yeah, send him down. I'll see what's good. So, bro, this kid was going to New Jersey. He had a what is it called? He had an apartment, a loft in Greenpoint. He fucking built a walk-in fridge with a flower, instead of the fan. It's got the flower fan for the walk-in. You never heard about this?
No, what is this?
So, like, how does your walk-in have blowers that blow air?
Yeah.
Like, it's like a fan that's blowing on you. So when you have, like, a vegetable or a flour or a charcuterie thing, it's a different type of fan because you can't have the air blowing like that. So it has to be even. So what it does is it sucks up air instead of sucking it in and blowing it out. It sucks the air in like this, and then it, does like this. And if you want like a meat curing or any type of curing fridge, you have to have like that type of.
I feel like I need to meet this guy.
System. Yeah, so he used to pick up 2 pigs a week from Jersey. Everything was completely fucking illegal. He was bringing them to a loft and making culatello and all this other shit. And then, like, the guy shows up at the pizzeria. And he's like, yo, is Dino here? And I'm, like, at the counter. I'm like, yeah. He's like, I'm Aaron's friend. I'm like, John. And it was, like, real fucking sketchy. I was like, oh, what's up, man? How's it going? And he's like,
I got your culatello.
Yo, you got a slicer? And I'm like, yeah, sure. And he's, like, looking around the whole time, pulling out a backpack. He starts pulling out cured meats, and we're, like, trying it. And then he just, like, gives me a price list. Meanwhile, this kid was running around to, like, all the top restaurants in New York and, like, selling them this shit. And listen, buddy, I'm not fucking above it. Yeah. I'm not above that shit. Bro, I'm going to fucking start a motherfucking farm. I'm going to fucking, like...
Make it work.
I'll grow fucking 4 cows and sell that fucking, like, aged ribeye to fucking Mikey Vittorio and whoever the fuck all my other boys. I'll knock $10 off the market rate. But guess what? When you're not paying fucking taxes... and you're not paying the fucking ADA. And it's like selling like illegal weed as opposed to legal weed. It's a lot of fucking money in it. You know, your profits aren't eating up. And if I get caught, you know what I'm saying? I'll make a fucking big thing about it and get it in all the newspapers and everything, and then it's all worth it. You heard it here first, motherfuckers. I'm not selling drugs anymore. I'm selling
Just
fucking
meat.
illegal meat and dairy.
That's funny.
Yeah. I'm down, bro. You could do that, bro. You just got to believe it yourself. And you got to be not scared
You
of jail.
too can be a meat dealer.
Yeah, you too can be a meat dealer. You just gotta live that fucking life, bro. You gotta be like, I don't give a fuck about jail, bro. This is how I fucking do my shit.
For the record, I do not do my shit like this.
I mean, they actually, like, a lot of people that you know, there have been cases of the past few years. There was a guy who kept on in LA who kept on, he's like what the hell do they call it? Guerrilla gardener. So he plants edibles like in all in like public spaces that are like fucked up and like cleans it up. They call it guerrilla gardening. So this dude, they kept on like pulling him into fucking court, and like finally like they were just like he got so much press, so much attention, so much public outreach being like, yo, what the fuck are you people doing? Are you crazy? Like, this guy's doing a fucking good thing. It's not hurting anybody, to where like they like pass laws to make him like
That's
legal.
great.
You know what I mean?
Love that.
I mean, when something's wrong,
Yeah.
right? Fuck it. As long as you're doing the fucking right thing, fuck it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's how
The
I look
issue
at
is
shit.
not everybody does the right thing. Not everybody milking a cow is going to treat it properly so that somebody who they're selling it to is not going to get sick.
100%. So, and that being said, you know, listen, we're all free fucking humans protected by the Constitution. Like, adults have to make fucking adult choices. You know what I'm saying? Like, now, I'm not saying, I mean, you know, like, if you as a restaurant, I mean, maybe they like, I mean, this is a long drawn out thing we'd have to think about, because obviously there's always problems when you're thinking like
Always.
this. But maybe like, hey, if you're a restaurant, like, yo, you assume a certain risk, or you put a warning sign that your customers assume a certain risk for certain things that you're getting a certain way. You know what I'm saying? But like, listen, the bottom line is like, I'm not gonna like, it's not that hard to not get food poisoned. Believe it or not.
I don't know. I got food poisoning in Tokyo, Chicago, New York,
Okay,
LA.
but I'm saying like that's just like people that are doing terrible things with the food that's supposed to be safe.
I also ate raw chicken, raw sausage.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's a thing where, like...
And my goal is to not make that happen for any...
I mean, I used to think, like, for instance, like, botulism was, like, this invisible enemy that could be in fucking anything. And then it's, like... And then you find out that it's, like, no. Like, things smell really, really bad when they're fucking bad. And, you know, like... The way shit rots to grow different harmful bacteria and this and that, not only aesthetically looks before preparing a dish and cooking it, but also smells and has all the hallmarks. Where people get sick is, you know, if a guy's got a 6-pan of butter that, you know, crusted over because he just had it sitting out for 6 hours, becomes anaerobic, and then he's just throwing it with the fucking egg.
Or if he went to the bathroom and didn't wash his hands.
Yes, exactly. Like all these fucking stupid.
Or
fucking
if the guy
things.
growing your lettuce
is dumping
went to the
fucking-
bathroom in the middle of the field because it's a giant field and...
Well, yeah, or not. Like a lot of this food, like in even an industrial scale, is grown with like unprocessed fucking manure, and that's where all these ecology and even that. The E. coli, even when they do that, it's not 100% of the time. It's like 2% of the time when they have an outbreak. So they keep on fucking doing it. So it's like, it's not as easy as you think to, you know, get these, you know, food poison things. And then it's like, listen, I'm an adult. If I want to eat fucking raw milk from a place I trust, I should be able to fucking do that. You know what I mean? I don't know. But you're right. It's definitely like a thought experiment that you got to look at like every fucking version of it. But you know, it's not illegal. Inviting 250 people to your fucking farm and feeding them your fucking prosciutto and charging them fucking $250, because it's like they're donating to the fucking farm essentially. Like, I mean, that's $25,000 a hit, and you fucking do it 5 times a year, and you know you just paid off a giant chunk of your principal and all your fucking expenses.
Yeah, believe me, I want to do it personally.
And then there's nothing illegal. Like, you could just straight up, like, if you grow an acre of garlic, you could straight up sell that to your restaurant, right?
I don't know.
I think you can.
I don't know.
I think with produce, it's like there's not the same laws as dairy and meat. Like, where you could kind of like, I don't know, you might need some like bullshit certificate, but it's nowhere near, you know.
But the meat thing is actually easier than you think. You just bring it to a FDA
approved slaughterhouse. Yeah. Here's the problem with those. The ones that are easily accessible guarantee you poundage, not your product. So let's say you get some like heritage breed pig and you put all this work into it and you finish it with hazelnuts and you put 3 years into this pig. You bring it to one of these slaughterhouses and they're giving you the amount of meat, not necessarily your specific
Are you sure?
pig. With most of the slaughterhouses and the ones that are easily acceptable. The ones that do guarantee you your animal, bro, go over and call them. I've called them. Go over and call them tomorrow, and you're talking about if you had an animal ready to go, it's like 6 months. And they already have, like, there's so few of them that to be a new client with them and to get it in, you're on either like a 6 to an 8 month waiting list to get your animal through.
Maybe if it was one animal.
Huh?
But if you
even a bunch of animals.
I got to connect you with my boy Malcolm, who grows
there's
our
always.
pigs.
But now here's the other problem. It costs money to raise that pig. You got to pay taxes and this and that, and then it's not really cheap to process animals. You know what I'm saying? Like. And it's like you add up all the cost over the thing, and it's like, does it make sense for you and your family? Yeah, you're saving a ton of money. You know what I'm saying? You take a cow to a slaughterhouse, even with everything, and you fucking throw it in a fucking freezer, and yeah, you're saving,
it's a big ass
60%.
That's a big freezer.
Huh?
That's a big freezer,
bro. There's fucking YouTube videos with people that do it all the time. It's fucking incredible, and like,
for sure.
Huh?
My family still does that for sure.
Oh, bro, it's
really?
amazing.
My brother gets paid in like
you know that it's legal. I can legally have a cow, a pig, in my backyard here, in New York City.
Really?
Legally, yeah. Which I mean, you talk about like go to Burnersville.
Animal cruelty, right?
Huh?
There. Gonna have a cow in a 10x10 backyard.
You're calling Billy Crystal. You say Billy Crystal is cruel to animals over here? You don't remember City Slickers? Was it Nessie? Yeah, in the back. You don't watch movies, bro? Pop culture
that
references.
I know. How old are you? Are you
Huh?
Are you like 40?
I'm 36.
And you know City Slickers?
Of course I know City Slickers, bro. We watched all those movies. We didn't have like a million movies coming out. The movies I haven't watched that I really want to watch is like all like the old... Like, I've never seen Citizen Kane. I've never seen any of the old gangster movies like what is it? Edward G. Robertson and, like the saying, "You'll never catch me in conversation." I know all the
lines.
I know the lines because Looney Tunes and all these different things.
Totally.
When I was growing up, we're doing pop culture references based on that.
Yeah.
But I don't know them all like directly.
I feel like I have a singular mindset. It's pizza and any variable in or outside of that realm that I can manage and not do, I'm going to do that. And then I have my family. And that's it.
What's good? Do you have any kids?
Yeah, I got a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old.
4-year-old and 6-year-old.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Oh,
That's
thanks,
fucking
pal.
dope.
Yeah.
Where do and you guys are still in Middletown, or you
Yeah.
live somewhere else? Oh, really?
Yeah, we're in Monmouth County.
My mom lives in Point Pleasant. They bought a house.
Point Pleasant.
Yeah, it's nice.
It's fucking amazing.
It's a fucking real town now. It's like a
Yeah.
real city.
Yeah.
Like
And you got Rosie's Pizza.
Rosie's is doing really, really
Really
well.
nice.
Really, really good.
Really nice
good.
stuff.
They bought a fucking shitty oven, but other than that,
Oh, you don't like the Pizza Master.
I fucking hate Pizza Master, bro. Sorry, Pizza Master.
Zero conflict of interest there.
Zero hate Pizza Master. No, you know what? I have a terrible relationship with the guy who distributes Capone. The guy really fucked me over in a certain way. Is this guy Dave? But because of that, I'm not gonna say Capone's a fucking bad oven. You know what I mean? They have really solid technology behind them. They've been around since 1963.
Sure.
They're made specifically to do pizza and to do what they're supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? Pizza Master is a private labeled fucking cottage bread oven that's a mid-grade oven for that.
Yeah. But you're paying mid-grade prices.
Not really. I mean, you maybe are.
No.
Well, so Pizza Master.
I mean, I went with the knockoff label because I
Right.
couldn't afford a Pizza Master.
Well, Pizza Master is
We got any more of that?
yeah.
Can I go to the bathroom?
Yeah. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
Sorry,
We're gonna
guys.
talk all about Pizza Master. I love pissing people off. I know this is gonna get around. This is gonna cause a lot. He's like, this guy. Yeah. Now you can do. By the way, you can do whatever you want with the guy. Now you can like yell at him. Yeah, you're good. After you're good, like you're good for life. You can do no wrong. You don't have to worry about him like ripping your face off.
Yeah. Going for the carotid.
Yeah, he won't do it. Like it's the initial meeting point with Logan, which will decide your future forever.
Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, he's got the Ninja Turtles thing. We're rolling.
All right.
Okay, so we are at like 3 hours and 50 minutes. Like it flew. But we are gonna talk about ovens for a second and finish this
What
up.
are we oh, yeah.
I
Pizza.
know I'm gonna take a lot. I'm gonna get a lot of trouble for this. All right, so this is.
First of all, let me preface this conversation. This conversation is started by two people who would build a fire on their front steps to make pizza.
100%.
Yeah.
And well,
So I don't care what type of oven you use. Like if it's
I am not saying
I'll rip up my patio, which is made of bricks, build an oven out of that,
and I'll make a fucking
and I'll
great
make a
product.
pizza.
Yes. And I was actually going to say something really similar. I am not in any way saying that you can't make a good product with Pizza Master. Of
course you can.
Or with any other oven. You can use a fucking old school baking bread. You can use any number of ovens that I would never personally use if I had a choice.
But if you had to,
Yeah.
you would. And
Now,
and
if
you'd
somebody
rock it.
and when I talk about this with other people, like it's like, well, what about so and so place make a good pizza? And I'm like, I'm not saying that they don't make a good pizza. What I am saying is that they could make a better pizza with a different oven. And you mentioned it before. And I'm going to give you like a perfect segue into this. So one thing that's not talked about in our industry almost at all, and what's talked about in the bread industry a lot, is thermal mass.
Thermal mass.
And you mentioned it in the beginning of this conversation where you're like, I actually had Forza Forni had doubled the thermal mass to my oven, and because you understood this concept.
Yeah. The
Now-
only things I need to make pizza are a scale and thermal mass.
Yes.
That's it.
Well, you don't even necessarily need thermal mass, but in order, like, you're going to hit a wall eventually.
Well, if you don't have thermal mass,
with a
you cannot
product.
make a pizza.
Well, now this is a problem with all electric ovens, okay? Is they have almost zero thermal mass.
compared to other.
A mini tube oven compared to like
But they have more than,
a
say,
giant coal fire oven that's made
but
with
compared
bricks
to,
this
say,
big.
a convection oven. Let's say you know nothing about the pizza industry and you bought a convection oven with, racks with, and tried to make it on a baking sheet. You can't make a good pizza without a hearth or without thermal mass.
Well, actually, I would say that you can make a pretty similar pizza to what you would be able to do on a Pizza Master or Capone with a rationale on the right temperatures. Because think about it, a Capone stone or a Pizza Master stone is only this big anyway.
Right, but there's an element directly underneath it.
Correct.
So,
yeah.
Not the thermal mass of a 4-inch refractory stone. Definitely.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So you.
But let's
I don't know.
take
We're
your
getting
home
off
oven.
topic.
Let's take your home oven.
Right.
Right. If you try to make a pizza in a home oven without some kind of thermal mass, a pizza stone, a pizza steel,
Right.
bricks.
Well, that's created the
anything.
thermal mass, which would be created in the other thing. I actually just saw a few months ago an ad popped up on Facebook selling baking steels, but weren't marketing them as baking steels to cook pizza or bread on. They were marketing them as buy a 2-pack of these, stick these in your oven where they live in your oven, and your thermal mass will go up to the point where
Yes.
everything you're cooking is going to cook 20 times more better. You know what I mean? Because you have the thermal mass, and then it showed a video. It
Well, it's
actually
going
had
to
like,
make your oven more efficient.
yeah. Well, it had like a whole video of like an infographic video of it showed the baking steels, they heat up, and then it showed and how the temperature didn't drop and rise, where without the baking steels, your temperature, and there wasn't a piece of pizza, there wasn't a bread or any baking product that me and you would associate with a baking steel in it. It was showing your Thanksgiving turkey. It was showing your Christmas ham and how much better that is going to cook on a more professional way in whatever shitty oven that you have at your house.
I just want more thermal mass in my home oven to begin with.
And this is something that's never talked about in the pizza industry, and I think it's so important to talk about. So this is like, first we got to understand different types of ovens. So you have your Baker Pride, Marcel, American Gas, let's call it. Baker Pride, Marcel, Blodgett, and then so you have those. What's the problem with those? The problem with those is, now out of those three, I would say Marcel is the best, because Marcel is the only one of the three that actually, even though in my opinion it was really light, they did start adding bricks inside, refractory, like 2-inch bricks to the top and the bottom on certain models. They did play with their gas things, but they also went the same. Like, those companies are almost like American car companies, where you look at like a model from the 1940 and it's built like a brick shit house, with like, and then like open a door on a Baker Pride or whatever, or a Blodgett that's from the 60s, an open door on a brand new one, and it's like the weight, everything. So it's like, that's how they operate their company. It's like, instead of building something to last with like the most insulation and everything like that,
to replace.
well, we live in a world of you're not successful without infinite growth.
Right.
And the
then
only way
next
to
sale.
achieve that infinite growth, well, they had they cornered the market for so many years, where they were only competing with each other and not anybody else. They weren't competing. Even if you go back 10 years, Capone existed in America, sort of, Like, who had a Capone oven doing a New York style 10 years ago? I don't know of anybody. I remember buying a Capone mixer maybe 15 years ago at a wood-fired place. You know what I mean? But, yeah, I don't know. But whatever. I'm getting off topic. But anyway, so you have those style ovens. What's the problem with those? One, they have almost no insulation. They use an incredible amount of heat, and with the stones that come with them, and even if you get like upgraded stones, and stone technology is another thing I could talk about for a long time that I've just started to learn about in the past 6 months. That's really interesting. But even with upgraded stones, once you put a pie on something, it's sucking all that heat out. Once you get to a certain thing, it can't recover. And you actually, people have tried to put Baker Pride ovens in Italy in the past that I know personally, and they had to almost immediately get rid of them because natural gas costs in Italy and Europe in general is so much more than America that their gas bill was like insane.
That's why you see electric ovens more coming out of Italy.
Right. So the electric oven now, the problem with all of them, so I don't care if you go Moretti, Capone, Pizza Master, or Italforni, and there's a few others that are around that we're not mentioning. They all have the same basic flaw. The walls of the oven are made out of steel, and they essentially have like an open broiler on the top of it that if you're trying to try to replicate an environment of like with a direct flame, you want that, right? Because now you're blasting heat down on it, and if you have it at like 800 degrees, you're gonna, you know what I'm saying? It's fine. But if you're trying to do a New York style, you're constantly opening and closing the oven. So now you're gonna come to a point where you're blasting so much heat down that the cheese is going to start to break. You're going to get inconsistencies and this and that. You're never going to have a problem with recovery with those ovens, but it's an inconsistent recovery without any thermal mass where you're going to get like different things going on. Now we're in electric ovens. Capone is 1963. These guys have a huge fucking history in the pizza making business and had a huge injection in R&D when Italy, I believe in 1996, made new wood-fired ovens illegal because of a European Union law. Now that's changed now. Now you can open up a wood-fired place, you can put a scrubber, and it's fine. But when that happened and all wood-fired ovens had to be grandfathered in Europe, all of a sudden, you have a huge spike in sales. You have a huge amount of R&D going in to make it as right as possible. So they have their technology dialed in, and they're specifically for the pizza industry. Moretti Forni and Italforni, very similar situations to that. And now, I don't know if Capone's doing it. They might be. Capone definitely has come out with a gas model, and Moretti Forni as well, that use a very similar technology to the Baker Pride and the Marcel ovens, but with a lot more. They're very much more energy efficient. It's almost like, I believe it's almost like a cyclothermic technology. And also, I don't know if Capone's doing this. I'm not sure. I know Moretti and Italforni is doing it, where they have refractory brick all across, so over the burner. So now you have a relative heat, plus you're adding even though it's nowhere near the thermal mass of like a oil therm or a mini tube oven, like by putting refractory brick all around, you're adding 400 times the thermal mass from not having that.
Now, they have top and bottom controls.
Both Moretti and Italforni have top and bottom controls, but here's the problem with top and bottom control. Here's why it means less than you think. So, there's two different thermostats going, right? So let's say you're bake, right? So let's say you decide, I want to do a bake at 600 degrees. You set the oven to 600 degrees. You set the bottom to 600. You set the top to 600, right? The bottom element isn't, when you have the broiler, like when you don't have stones over it, that heat is going directly down onto that stone, right? Mm-hmm. Now, when there's nothing on it, that heat is continuing to go, right?
Yeah.
Because the top is telling it,
keep going.
Oh, the air is not at this degree. Now, if it gets over 600 degrees because there's no pizza in there,
Your bottom's going to shut
the
off.
bottom's shut off, but the top is continuing to heat that stone. Mm-hmm. You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like, when you're using, like, a Capone oven or a Pizza Master or a Moretti that's not completely refractory brick lined, you have to, if you don't have pizzas in there, you have to set it, like, 50 or 25 degrees under temperature and then go back up. And it's kind of like a dance. That
It all is a dance.
Why do you want to do that dance if
It's
you don't have
all
to?
a dance.
It's
The only thing that's not a dance is an air impingement oven. And
What do you mean?
even then it's a dance, right? A conveyor belt oven.
But by adding that refractory brick line thing all around, now you have radiant heat. Now you have that top burner is not going on when it doesn't have to, and you're not blasting down on your thing. You're adding 400 times the thermal mass. Now you have an electric oven that is 20 times better bake and more consistent for every style of pizza other than Neapolitan or a style of pizza where you're trying to replicate that environment of an open flame. And listen, if you want an electric oven to replicate that environment of open flame, and that's high temperature, you buy an Ezo or you buy one of those Moretti Forni Scorpios that's electric with the open thing. Because think about if you have 3 decks and you're cooking at 750 degrees, so let's call it like a 2-minute bake. By the time you load, you already have to open the door and turn.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, so that's what I feel like could be the problem with refractory on the top.
But you're not going to
open that door.
But you're not going to get a deck if you open the door. What?
If you open the door, all the air heat's going to dissipate, right? And then your top burner needs to click on, but first it has to heat up that stone.
No, so what would be no. It doesn't go in and out that fast because you have all the residual heat that's already in the stones, which is giving you a lot more.
Where's that thermostat
recovery
for the top heat?
So I'm going to give you and this already exists in some of these ovens. I believe Pizza Master has a version of it. Capone on their Leonardo models has the best version of this, and I helped them to, I gave them my idea to do this. Basically, I went to the guys from Capone, and I was like, listen, I'm not an engineer. I don't know how to build ovens, but I just had a thought. So, when you walk in a supermarket or a Starbucks and
air curtain?
Yeah, the air curtain comes down. Now, that air curtain is to keep an AC and bugs out. It does 2 purposes. So my question to them was like, what if you put a dragon strip in the front of the oven that would almost act like a heat curtain in some way? Like, I don't know, but I'm just asking the question because I am not a fucking engineer. You know what I mean? I have no idea the science or how this works. But the guy shook his head and he was like, yeah, I'm going to look into it. And a year later, they came out with the Leonardo model that has an analog thing that controls just that dragon strip. So a dragon strip is one of the elements that's like 4 times the size of the regular elements. So it really is blasting down, and you can set that to 1 to 10. So that's what solves the problem. There's also something that I recently heard about that's in cyclotherm ovens where it's called a heat blade. And what they do is they set it up to where like there's heat coming from here, here, and here, but they set it up where it's catching some of the heat, and then they make it so that that heat gets like a piece of metal where it gets bladed right into the front, so that when you open and close the doors, no heat's coming out.
Interesting.
So yeah, if you're gonna go electric, if you're doing anything under 625 degree cook, or no, even under, no, if you're doing anything under 670 cook, you want refractory brick lined electric oven if you're going the electric way. And the benefits of electric. Now, why is Capone and Moretti better than Pizza Master? What is Pizza Master? Pizza Master is Fila-Dalen oven from Sweden that's private labeled and marketed expertly to the American consumer. These guys did the best marketing job of any European oven in the history of the business. And you can even make a strong argument for they've done a crazier marketing job than even the American companies. I think you can make a really strong argument for that. They went out there, they, targeted people with names in the industry and gave them deals that they couldn't say no to. They basically lost money on ovens to make sure. It's like, hey, man, you can get this oven, but we're going to give you, that's going to cost you $45. We're going to give you the same oven that even if they charge $45 for it, they're giving it to these guys for $28. They also made sure they were in the best booths at all the conventions. They made sure all the events, whether it was New York Pizza Festival or whatever it is, they were in those booths. Instead of and this is another genius idea. Instead of buying the booth and having this thing and all, they were like, what booths work? Where are all the top guys hanging out? Let's make sure they're cooking on our fucking thing. And that's why everybody knows their name, and that's why they've done almost what companies thought was impossible, where you can walk into one of these places where the guy hasn't left a pizzeria in 30 years and he knows the name Pizza Master, but he doesn't know the name Capone and Moretti Forni. Now, if you're cooking 600 or under, the hands down, mini tube, vapor tube, steam tube, whatever type of oven, whatever you want to call it. Listen, I'm not even gonna make. I am partners with Empire Bake. They bring in Le Dudici ovens. There's.
The hard part about choosing an oven is you're making this huge purchase.
Right.
20, 30, 40, 50, $500,000 purchase.
Right.
And the way that I experience ovens is by baking on it for a month.
Right.
Getting crushed with 300 orders and seeing the recovery time, seeing the bake quality.
Right. No, 100%. I mean,
it's so difficult to make.
I didn't understand what a mini tube oven is. I've had from the same company, from Le Dudici Forni, even though I just found out it was from that company. I bought for Williamsburg Pizza 1 and 2. They were calling it Vero Forno oven, and there was a guy Dino who went out to Le Dudici Forni in Italy and said, I want to private label an oven to market to one of your ovens to market to this. So I was working for Ignazio's under the Brooklyn Bridge next to Grimaldi's. And he had one of these ovens, and I loved it so much. And the only thing I understood about the oven up until a year ago was this is just what a gas oven from Italy is. That's it. And the reason I thought that, I was like, whatever they do, my gas bill's $125 a month.
Yeah.
Where with a Baker Pride oven, it would be $800 to $1,200 a month. So, listen, Pauline makes mini tube ovens. Verona Forni, Ital Forni. There's basically Miwi, I believe, even makes
Mive.
Mive. Yeah, they might make mini tube ovens too. But all these companies are located in the Verona region. It started, I believe the technology was invented in Germany. Then somebody that was working for them went and started one of these companies. And then it's the same story as Baker Pride and all these other companies. So in America, Frank Mastro invented the pizza oven, or the American pizza oven. He worked with Blodgett on the thermostatic controls, right? And then he died in, I believe, the 1950s. But by that point, it really got off the ground. You know Bari on the Bowery? So they make Bari ovens, are another American oven company. So that was Mastro's. And he had a full-scale working pizzeria with small wares and everything, where you could go try the ovens inside the place, built out.
Yeah, but it's so hard to. It's not like test driving a car, right?
Well,
where you 30 minutes into a test drive, you can go on the highway, you can go on.
Well, you know
back
how
streets.
I test the ovens? I make dough. I'll make 300 doughs, right? And I'll load in 100 pies a day.
It's the
for
only
3
way to
days.
do it.
For 3 days.
Really difficult.
But before I hooked up with Empire, I did that in Empire. I was like, I want to, like, how I hooked up with Empire was, I said, I had this idea in my head for a long fucking time, where I was like, okay, I don't know. Every bakery I know, they don't own pizza ovens, or ovens that we would buy, whether it's Capone or Moretti or Baker Pride or Marcel. And then there's these fucking giant expos devoted to the bread baking industry. And nobody in the bread baking industry, like nobody in the pizza industry owns a Empire or Pauline or any of these ovens. So what's the difference? They're hearth ovens, right? What's the real difference in these ovens? And if there is a big difference that's creating a roadblock, is it not something we can engineer a solution to? Right? So I start making phone calls. I called TMB, I call Allied, I call Empire. And I'm calling them and I'm asking them questions. And I was just like, hey, my name's Nino Caniglia. I own Williamsburg Pizza. We have, a few locations. And I explained what I just said to them. And when I called Empire, they were like, yeah, we got a test kitchen in Long Island. Like,
come out and see us.
Come out and see it. So as soon as I open up the mini tube oven, I go, I have an oven that looks exactly like this at 2 of my stores. And they said, what kind of oven is it? And I said, it's an Italian gas oven. And they're like, well, this is also from Italy. Who'd you buy it from? And I was like, or no, they said, what's it called? And I said, it's called a Vero Forno. And they go, oh, you bought it from Dino? And I was like, yeah, how'd you know that? And it's like, this is the same exact oven. And I'm like, get the fuck out of here. And immediately, because after I opened my second location, Dino was basically like a one-man show who tried bringing these ovens, didn't really understand the internet, didn't understand anything. Empire has an exclusive, they're the exclusive importer for Le Dudici Forni, but after Dino went to them, like, they're the largest baking supply company, equipment for bakeries, pastry shops, and bread shops in America. And when, like, Le Dudici said, like, hey, this guy Dino wants to, like, us to design him an oven to market to the pizza industry, like, these guys were like, yeah, whatever. Because not only do they sell, like, mini tube and electric ovens for, like, medium-sized artisanal shops, but they also do, like, $4 million, like, build-outs for fully automated fucking tunnel ovens and cyclone third tunnel ovens, where they're just like, oh, Dino's selling, like, little Dudici pizza ovens to, like, that's cute. Like, that's fucking cute to them. Like, these guys, like, it's like Dino's selling $20,000 ovens here and there, a one-man operation. Like, these guys got, like, a fucking 20,000 square foot fucking office with millions of dollars in parts in different parts of the country, full 24-hour around the clock service like all throughout the nation.
Yeah, because
like
making a custom oven, or when you have an idea for an oven, you got to get that UL listed. There's a whole process to changing a big piece of equipment if you want to put it into a restaurant or a pizzeria.
There's also like this like real disconnect with like the European companies like in general for like what do we really need? Like with Forza, it's different because like they're manufacturing in Brewster's, so like you were able to go up there where they're manufacturing and say like, hey man, I need double the thermal mass.
Yeah.
How are we gonna do this?
Yeah.
And they're like, this is how we're gonna do it like this. But nobody's going to any of these companies and talking about the things that we're talking about.
Yeah.
So now with them, I'm able to do that.
That's amazing.
In a cool way, and I'm able to like after I'm done with like the phase 1, phase 2 through 10, it's like how do we make this better? And talking to guys in the industry, talking to scientists, explaining to the actual engineers what we need, because there's no connection between us and them.
Right.
Once there's that connection established, and we're able to say like we need more thermal mass and do all the things that the baking industry has done. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now
But
we're
obviously they have to balance out the fact that shipping costs, installation costs, like too much thermal mass might be detrimental to their commercial success.
No. Not
I
at
don't
all.
think it is.
No, it's not. That's not. So these Italian companies don't think like that at all. And even if you look at a company like, so let's bring Capone back up, for instance. So like what they do, which is really smart, which, you know, I've been talking a lot to these guys about doing as well, is it's just like, okay, so with the Leonardo model, right? With the air curtain and this and that. That costs, they have the what you call it, Donatella. So the Donatello model is, let's say the Donatello model is $8,000 a deck. Then the Michelangelo component, they're all the same size. The Michelangelo component is $12,000, and then the Leonardo component version, all the same size oven, is $16,000.
How much is the Raphael?
I don't know. They didn't come out with that yet. But the difference in price is bells and whistles and control.
Right.
So if the control costs more or the
I can see controls being more, but I meant more like thermal mass.
so
Right? 'Cause
thermal mass,
I want to build an oven into a mountainside with, you know, like where there's just feet of stone to hold that heat of a fire.
well,
or-
that's what old school coal and
Yeah.
white and gray cold fired
you can't
ovens.
move those things.
No,
you cannot.
You can't move. But the steam tube, vapor tube technology replicates that exact same environment. That's what it was created to do. So now one of the questions like I get from people sometimes is like, wait, why aren't these in all pizzerias if they're so good? The reason is because up until 15 years ago, you had to install them. It required installing masonry all over the oven.
Right.
And the smallest size you could get was like way too big for a pizzeria.
Yeah, it's a problem
But, like-
from a commercial standpoint.
Yeah.
Like they can't sell them, they can't install them.
Exactly. But now all those problems are fixed, and it's just like, yo, a lot of people have, bro, Angelos. He's got a fucking vapor tube Pauline oven. And look at that pizza.
Oh, it's fantastic.
It's fucking incredible. Now he just ordered. So I was talking to him the other day. He's going to be on the podcast next week. I was talking to him. I was just
He's
like,
coming up here?
oh yeah.
Yeah.
He's going to come down. So I was just like, wait, you're cooking all your pizzas on that Pauline right now and this and that? And he's like, yeah. And so he bought it because he used to work with a guy that I can't remember his name, but he was one of like the fathers of New World artisanal bread. But what Angelo wants to do, what he has in his heart, is like he wants bread coming out all day, like it comes out in Paris, where like people are getting fresh
baguette.
loaf.
Yeah.
Well, not even a fresh hero.
A Philly loaf. Sorry.
Phil-
Sorry. I
No,
forgot.
well, like a fresh like semolina.
Yeah.
seeded loaf that like you can either eat or your
take it home
fucking
for a
cold
week.
cut hero
Yeah.
goes on a fresh loaf, and then the pizzas are coming out of a different oven. Now, I want to see what happens, but my prediction. You heard it here first. My prediction, so everybody knows. So he just got a triple deck Capone. It's not at his place yet. My prediction is going from that mini tube oven to that Capone.
He's gonna be disappointed.
He's gonna be very disappointed. Now maybe he figures something out that he's happy with, because his happiness is completely like subjective to him. But
He's
and
a
he
bread
can
baker.
and he can absolutely do that. But I think he's gonna look at those two things side by side and be like, "What the fuck just happened?"
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And not be happy because you can't replicate that thermal mass.
Yeah.
And
That's what I'm nervous about firing up my new electric oven. And I'm used to baking on a wood-fired oven that we preheat for hours, and it's got inches and inches of thermal mass that holds that heat.
right.
Like, am I going to be happy with the heat?
Well, you got a
retention?
revent, right?
Yeah.
Well, Travis had a revent too, and he was able to figure it out. This is a difference. So Travis is for those who don't know, Travis Benchmark Bakery. He'll also be on the podcast too. He's, I think, the next Chad Robertson. Definitely like one of the Chad Robertsons of the East Coast. Like, he's incredible as bread. Very, very impressed with the guy.
We love him.
But he's doing this out of a revent. Now, here's the thing. He figured out how to do that out of a revent. If he went into a mini tube, his bread just got 4 times better.
But again, it's not about one loaf or one load of bread. It's on a full busy night, a Friday night pizza night, can I pump out pizza after pizza after pizza with the same quality, the same bake qualities, that same level of caramelization? Can I do that over an 8-hour period?
In a mini tube oven, 20 times better than any other oven. Now,
Even better than a very well insulated wood-fired oven or a coal oven.
what? First of all, let's take back the parameters.
Okay.
You can't go over 600 degrees
In what?
in a oil therm or a vapor tube oven.
I don't think you need to go over that temperature.
Okay. If you don't need to go over that temperature, and you don't have a problem with all 4 or 5 or 3, 4 or 5 of your decks being the same exact temperature,
But can you set them to different temperatures?
absolutely not.
Okay.
That's the other drawback. But like nobody
Once
with
you
Baker
dial in
Baker
temperature.
let's say somebody has 6 Baker Pride ovens.
Right.
Do they have them at different temperatures? No. So for the vast majority of guys, no.
I just like options, though.
Huh?
I like options.
I'll take thermal mass over options.
I'll take thermal mass over anything.
Yeah.
At any point.
This is your option. You dial a temperature and you have 30 times the thermal mass of fucking any oven on the fucking
Yeah,
market.
and I can move that pizza to a different deck if I need more bottom heat.
100%. You don't, bro. These don't get cold. And the other thing so all the ovens, there's this kind of stone they call it like a red German stone in the industry. I forget where it's from, but it's what all the original coal ovens were based off of. I don't fully understand the science of it, but when you have this stone in any oven, it retains heat like 10 times better because it's for whatever reason, I don't know the science behind it, it's even throughout the whole stone. So it's not hotter on the top than it is on the bottom. It's even throughout the whole way. Somehow, like the I don't know.
Well, it's always going to be
properties of it.
hotter where the heat source is coming from.
On these kind of stones, it's not, and it is slightly, but it's negligible. Like, have you ever
Like,
seen
is the heat source coming from the bottom or from the top? Because on a wood-fired oven, my heat source is coming from the top down.
Yeah, directly.
Not from the bottom up.
So
whereas an electric oven, the heat source is coming from the bottom
and
up.
the top.
Yeah, bottom
and
and
the
the
top.
top. Yeah.
And on a mini tube oven, the same thing.
Bottom half
But
and top. That's why I don't understand why these electric oven companies don't make independent heat control from the top and bottom.
They do.
Sometimes they do.
Capone, Moretti, Talforni, all the top pizza ones do. Not only do they make independent top and bottom controls, but so the difference between a Donatello Capone, a Michelangelo, and a Leonardo is on the Donatello, you have independent controls for the top and bottom digitally. So you could set the top to 525, the bottom to 650, whatever the fuck you want. And then you have high, low. What high and low represents is one's 100%, one's 50%.
Right.
Now, what does that mean? People got this confused a lot. If you have it set at 100, it means the burner, the element will stay on all the time until it reaches temperature before shutting off. As soon as the temperature goes down, it turns on all the time, 60 seconds out of a minute, right? At 50%, it's 50% of a minute off and 50% of the minute on.
Right.
So it will turn on for 30 seconds, turn off for 30 seconds.
More of a gentle way of reading.
It's just on and off for 30 seconds every minute.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Where people think it's like, oh, it's 50% of the power is going in. It's not. It's that on, off thing. And that's why on any electric oven, it's really, really important that they have like the best possible technology, which is why I don't endorse Pizza Master, because they have the worst fucking technology when it comes to the thermostatic controls and the delay in which their bottom and top of it go on. Now, why is that? The reason being is they're traditionally a cottage, small, whatever, throw a bunch of yeast. They sell it to those places for bread. Bread, you're not opening and closing the oven.
Right.
So it's less important, you know what I'm saying, that the response, because you're loading it, you're not unloading it for anywhere between 20 and 45 minutes.
Yeah.
So that thermostatic response and how that thing works is a lot less relevant to, you know, what you're trying to achieve. But now you turn it into a la carte pizza where you're open and close the oven, open and close the oven.
And as long
I need
as you
that
have
thing to change instantly.
Yeah. But as long as you have enough oven space for the amount of pizzas that you can put into it, like if your pizza station is small enough where you're not loading your oven to max capacity and it gives your oven time to regenerate the heat, then it doesn't matter.
Well, wait. No, it does matter. Yeah, no, it matters a lot because now I'm getting like, so I got it. Remember we were talking about the dance before?
Yeah.
With a Capone, I could dance with percentages. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what I'm saying is if your pizza station is substantially smaller than the max capacity of your oven, then you don't even have to worry about doing that dance because you're always leaving blank.
No, you do without refractory brick all around. You always have to do the dance because you. So all right, you're not pizza oven like. All right, let's say you own a New York slice shop, right? You open up at 11 o'clock, right? Most likely, if you're 95% of the places, there's not a fucking line out the door, right? So you heat up your oven, right? As your oven's getting to temperature, you're like preparing like to do the slice pies, right? If you put it at 600 and start sticking them in, they're gonna burn once it reaches 600. So you gotta go like 550. Then after it reaches like 550 or 570, you gotta leave it there. And then once you're ready, like literally 4 minutes before you're ready to put in your first pie, you go up to temp. Now you fill up your oven, right? Now all your slice pies are out and you're reheating slices either in that oven or another vessel or whatever. So now let's say you're doing 20 pies for lunch, right? Whether it's delivery or pickup or whatever, there's not always a pizza in that oven. If you don't lower that oven back down,
Right.
and it's empty for
Everything's
20 minutes, it's going to burn instantly.
Definitely.
Right? So now that's one of the dances you're doing. Now, let's say the oven's packed, right? Now you're doing a dance with
The opposite way.
The opposite way, where like, because you have unlimited heat and you don't want your things doing, and even during that whole dance, which is impossible to fucking teach and super hard to go around, and guess what? You throw fucking some refractory bricks, it's no dance anymore. Not only that, but remember what I said before.
It'll still be a dance.
Well, much less, and much more consistent. Now, remember what I said before about that stone. And now you keep on saying top and bottom heat.
Right.
Anybody that so it's not a perfect system. So when you set your bottom to 600, your bottom will always be 600, but when the oven's empty, it will go too high.
Right.
Too much over 600, and that's where you get that burning thing. And now you're trying to like do that where it's like, in my mind, I'm just like, bro, give me the thermal mass and let me make New York style pizza. And if I want to make a hybrid, give me refractory brick all around. And if I want to make Neapolitan pizza, give me either an open mouth electric oven that can fit 6 pies that gets under 90 degrees, or a fucking oven like you built, which is a better fucking way.
Definitely.
Create like or build a fucking coal oven with giant fucking bricks, and you got all the thermal mass in the world.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But
I want to bake in a coal-fired oven.
do it.
That's like my dream.
Fucking do it.
Where? Where can I get a coal-fired oven?
You got to build it.
What?
Yeah.
What?
That's how they were done. That's how you get it. You build it.
Yeah.
Seriously.
That ain't gonna happen.
Why? Well, you
Because
have
I need a building to then build it in.
you have somebody builds it for
Yeah.
you. Once you, bro, how much are you spending? If you're buying a fucking giant, like a giant mini tube oven, like a mini tube oven that could fit 4 pies, that's 4 decks, costs like, I don't know, 32 to 35,000, let's say, right? A giant mini tube oven that's like 3 pies deep and like 3 pies across is like, I don't even know, let's call it like
$100,000.
No, 70 grand.
Really?
With 70 grand, you can fucking build 20 pie coal-fired oven with a contractor with the fucking right stones from Germany.
I don't believe that anyone in this country could guarantee, maybe some people, but if you just try to get a masonry and tell him this is what I want to build, like, you got to give them specs.
Yeah, and these specs exist because this is a thing that was done for so long.
But don't you think that art and that science is lost by now?
Absolutely not.
Really?
No, absolutely not.
I would love to talk to them. I would love to grill them.
Absolutely
on the
not.
dimensions, the distance between the floor and the dome.
All that, you know where all that information exists?
Where?
In the history of bread baking world.
It's out there. Don't get me wrong. I'm playing
there's
devil's
guys,
advocate here.
Bro, Peter Reinhardt's bread symposium, they had guys that were like went back historically and this and that. And, you know, I mean, it's a thing that's very hard to find by just doing a simple Google search.
Right. They're out there.
But they're out there.
And we have the networks to find them.
Yeah.
But
you just got to know how to look.
I can't even get a guy to tile my bathroom at the restaurant the proper way, or the wood floors to be installed the proper way.
Thanks God you met me. I'll hook you up. I'm going to make your life real fucking nice, buddy. Listen, when you got a problem, you just call Nino.
Call Nino.
All right? I'll probably have a solution to you. You know?
Let's go.
Yeah.
When you buy that farm, let's get a masonry, and build a gigantic.
You know who built a
coal-fired
fucking
oven.
sick coal oven in Indonesia?
Where? Who?
Andrew Bellucci,
oh yeah.
the guy who, you know him?
Yeah. I don't know him, but I know of him.
Yeah, he built an indirect heat coal-fired oven. So the whole thing with coal-fired ovens,
It's not even the coal. It's not even the fuel source. It's the indirect aspects. You can put
you can put wood in there. You can put wood in there, no problem. It would just be a lot more wood.
Yeah. People get
it's two things.
confused
It's the
with the-
indirect fuel source.
Yeah.
It's how it's being fed into the oven.
Yes.
Okay. And then it's the type of stones you use, the size of those stones, and whether like you're vaulted and the space between also are factors.
Yeah.
Because-
I mean, the whole it's thermodynamics.
Yes.
You have to understand thermodynamics to build an oven like this.
Right.
And I don't believe that the average mason is going to understand how important it is that the cavity
are
between
correct.
the firebox and the oven is the right dimensions for the right heat source.
What you're right about is the fact that if we grabbed a guy off the street and said we need you to make a coal fire oven, go.
Yeah.
You're 100% right.
That's the thing.
But getting the information to
It's out
him
there.
and the specs
It's
is
out there.
more than doable.
It's out
and
there.
a lot easier than you think.
It's out
It's
there.
out there.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of
just so much more complex than the wood-fired oven that I have.
Well-
it's just a space that you build a fire in and then you bake in it.
Well,
Whereas an indirect oven, the firebox is separate, the oven's separate, and then you got the flue, and all of the heat flow and the heat transfer needs to be, everything needs to be at the right distance.
yeah.
It's way more complicated.
Most of the heat is coming because when you're building with the right stones that are this big,
Yeah.
After you cure that oven for a week, and as long as you're running it every day, bro, it's always there. You were just talking about
Yeah.
this. So here's the other thing.
But how high is the dome height?
So hear me out. You know, you think this is such a rare thing, lost knowledge or something like that. What about the hundreds just in the tri-state area of coal ovens that still exist, that whether they were built 150 years ago or 80 years ago, right?
Yeah.
That are still being
I want one.
that are still
I
being
want one.
Hey, that are
Go
still
find me one.
that are still being serviced by people.
That's a good point.
That are still being serviced when the bricks break, and these guys got to call them in, and these guys
That I
understand.
get, though. That I get. Replacing a brick, cleaning a flue, not an issue.
These-
But building one from scratch,
But remember something, bro. It was, I mean, okay. Now there's hundreds. 30 years ago, there was thousands.
yeah. Where
Okay,
are they? I
Those
want
guys
one.
are still around, bro. Al Santillo has one. Every
Yeah.
bakery in fucking New York has one.
Yeah, where
But
are they? I want to
I'll bring
buy
them
one.
to you.
I want to buy one.
You can't buy one.
No, I want to buy a building that has one already in it. There used to be many in Hoboken and Jersey City, and they're all disappearing.
Well, they still are. You just got to know where they're at.
They just get knocked down to put up some condos.
I mean, there's a lot of them that like, there's a place in Williamsburg that's like a fucking bookstore that's got like a 30-foot one in the back
Really?
of them. Yeah.
I'm so
There's
jealous.
a bunch of them. There's one in Fairfield, New Jersey, I think, for sale right now.
Really?
Yeah.
I like Fairfield.
All you got to do is look up bakeries for sale.
I do all the time.
And you're not finding them?
I find
Bro, I
shitty
looked for
ones.
a month, like, and was finding fucking
I look
40 foot deep.
constantly.
Yeah. Well, not constantly enough. All right. And on that note, Dan's got to get back to fucking Razza to run his fucking business.
I gotta shape some bread loads.
Yo, thank you so
Yo,
much for
this
coming.
is
This is one of
amazing.
the best things
Yo,
ever.
Come on, I could
You're-
have gone
you're-
for hours.
I got a feeling we're gonna set some stuff up, or we're gonna do a lot more of these with you. With like, we're gonna like just go, yo, Dan, you're coming back, and we're doing like a 30-minute talk about this topic.
Yeah. Let's go.
Specifically, let's go. But
Yeah.
this is one of the
I mean,
best
if you want
podcasts
to talk
we ever
about
did.
enzymes, we good.
We
If you
good.
want to talk about cheese, proteins, I'm good. Let's go.
That's all the kind of things we want to talk about, like in depth. All right.
But you got to find out what people want to hear because nobody wants.
Fuck them. I only got to figure out what I want to hear. I'm the fucking producer of this shit. All right, brother.
Way
I'll
too
see
much
you
fun.
later. Way too much fun.
Thanks, guys.
We will come out. Thank you, guys. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.